We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland for our first Sunday card of the fall meet as we close out Fall Stars weekend. Scott and Gabby with you for the next 30 minutes and 3 more stakes races to concentrate our attention on, Gabby, with 2 of them being Breeders' Cup winning your ins.
Yeah, and I think the focus today is in the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster, where we get to see Torpedo Anna back in action, and she's going to go against one of the top 3-year-old fillies in the country in Nitrogen.
Looking forward to that matchup as generations clash here this afternoon in a Grade 1, one of the premier Grade 1s each and every year, anywhere in the United States. Also a reminder, in that final race, the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes, a win and you're in for the Juvenile Turf Division. We've got a Toyota Super High Five carryover, $12,990. So make sure you keep that on your radar. Big field. It's a great race to play a Toyota Super High Five.
Absolutely. It'll be challenging, though.
Let's take a look at how you can give us follows on social media, starting with our handle on X, at Keeneland Racing, on Instagram, at Keeneland, at Facebook, or on Facebook, it's at Keeneland, at FanDuel TV. You can give them a follow on X as well, and make sure you download the FanDuel TV Plus app. If you haven't done so already, catch great coverage over there of Keeneland, international coverage, covering the ARC this morning, the huge card in which they had over at Longchamp earlier this morning. And if you're looking for our picks each and every race day, make sure you have the Keeneland Race Day app. Download it on your smartphone, your Android, your iPhone, as well as your tablet, and you can get our selections each and every race day here at Keeneland throughout the entire fall and spring meets once we get to April. That is the particulars on social media, but what a day it was yesterday, Gabby. So many great stories played out, and starting with Kadem, the 9-year-old, the European invader, gets his first U.S.-based victory, coming from way out of it to win the Woodford presented by FanDuel.
Yeah, Frankie Dettori said that the biggest issue with him on race day is his behavior, but he was well-behaved yesterday, had a little bit of a hiccup coming out of the gate, but he gets the job done. And then Praying gave Robbie Medina his first graded stakes win as a trainer. That came in yesterday's TCA.
It was a day of first because we move on to the Grade 1 First Lady. How about Ben Curtis as we take a look at Praying passing through the sales ring here at Keeneland. Day of first because Ben Curtis gets his first Grade 1 victory, doing it for Eddie Keneally, who really catapulted his riding here and giving him support back in the springtime, and it comes in the First Lady on the turf course.
Yeah, congratulations to them, and Ben Curtis obviously coming here to the States about a couple of years ago and in search of success, and he found it, including Ted Noffey. He also was a horse that found a lot of success. Ted Noffey, he did everything right. You never know if they're going to actually get it done going 2 turns, but he stamped himself as one of the, if not the favorite, for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile this year.
And Spendthrift, coast to coast, having a huge day between Southern California and here at Keeneland. And then how about Rhetorical, arguably the story of the day, perhaps of the meet. I know we're early, but for Will Walden picking up his first Grade 1 victory with a son of Not This Time, with his relationship with Frank Taylor at TaylorMade, it was some very emotional moments down there in the winner's circle as the New York bred gets it done in an all-star cast of Grade 1 runners.
I loved your post-race interview with him, Scott, because I think that's one thing about Will is that he's raw, he can be emotional, he tells the truth, and it was, you could see the people kind of surrounded in the paddock and the winner's circle. They were getting emotional listening to his responses because he's been through a lot, and congratulations to him on reaching this huge milestone, not only professionally but also personally.
I think the reality when you get to see stories like that and the folks that are rooting for him and what it means to them is that stories like Will Walden's, if you're not familiar with it, you can find it, and I urge you to do so. It gives so many people hope.
Yes.
Right? It gives so many people hope who might be in positions that Will was in many years back. So
CBS recently did an amazing feature on the Stable Recovery Program, so I definitely recommend going to Google and researching that because it's an incredible story.
Let's go to WKYT for our Sunday weather.
Going to be a really nice day once again for Keeneland on Sunday, as we're going to have plenty of sunshine throughout the day today, much like we saw yesterday, as we're going to be also pretty warm as well. Another really warm October day across our region. We'll have temperatures into the mid to upper 70s around noon, and then as we get into the later parts of the afternoon, we're going to climb into the low to mid 80s. So have that sunscreen, have those sunglasses, as it's just going to be another beautiful day out at the track.
Another beautiful afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's get into our stakes races for the day, starting with the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster. It will go as race number 9, our penultimate race on this Sunday card. $650,000 purse, a field of 5 with some serious quality in here, and Torpedo Anna installed as the morning line favorite at 8-5, our reigning horse of the year.
12 wins out of 15 starts. Her last defeat obviously came in the Grade 1 La Troyenne. The other defeat came in the Grade 1 Travers when she lost to the likes of Fierceness. She is just an absolute rock star. And for whatever reason, I feel like people still try to go against her. She is nearly flawless. And honestly, her last race was one of her more impressive races, I think, this season.
Yeah, I mean, even in her defeats, she's run big races, sans the La Troyenne, right? That was the sort of one-off, but they are racehorses, and she has danced a lot of dances. So they can't stay perfect. It's very difficult to stay perfect, I should say. We've seen horses do that, but it's very difficult because they're always taking their shots at the champ. I am going to take my shot at the champ here today. She's my second choice. I have thought all along that her biggest challenges would come once these 3-year-old fillies start to tackle her at this point in the season. And Nitrogen has been a sensation. She is arguably the leading 3-year-old filly of 2025 as far as the Eclipse Awards are concerned, with still a lot to sort out between now and then. But she has done great things on turf. She's done great things most recently on dirt. She's bounced back and forth. She won an off-the-turf event in her first try on the main track at Saratoga back in June. She was just beaten by Fionn in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational, but she comes back, beats Good Cheer, who would be considered at the top of the class of the 3-year-old fillies. And I think that there's a chance that she can really make this an interesting race come down to Breeders' Cup Distaff time. She's a 3-year-old filly. You've got the older aspect of Torpedo Anna, who certainly I think would be the headliner of that category, that division, for what it's worth. But I'll go with Nitrogen here today, just slightly over Torpedo Anna. It is a very good matchup. And then Scylla, the third choice, she's back out to her route. They've kept her sprinting throughout this entire year, and now they ask her to jump up to 1 1/8, which I find interesting. But it's Bill Mott, Judmont Farm, making this decision to run this mare in here, who's got an insane pedigree out of that stakes-winning mare in Close Hatches. So I'll take my shot with reservation against Torpedo Anna today in the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster, thinking I'll get just a little bit better price.
I'm sticking with the reigning champ in Torpedo Anna. Now, look, she might regress a little bit off of that big win last time out in the Personal Ensign because she had to really work hard for it. We'll take you back to the stretch run here where she narrowly defeated Dorth Vader in there. Leslie's Rose was also in there, but they were so far ahead from the third-place finisher. It really came down to a 2-horse race, and Dorth Vader is no slouch. She is a very nice filly mare, I should say, and she has really danced a lot of dances as well. So she was gaining on Torpedo Anna late, but this is the thing about Torpedo Anna. She does what she needs to do almost every time to get the win. Yes, Dorth Vader galloped out past her, but that doesn't matter. She had her nose down where it mattered most, and that was at the finish line. She comes here to Keeneland. She obviously has won here at Keeneland. That's a feather in the cap. In terms of the small field, maybe the pace scenario could get a little bit challenging, and Flavien Prat aboard her for the first time. You know, I'm trying to, when I was handicapping this race, I was trying to poke holes and figure out how to beat her, but I just think she's a little bit faster than Nitrogen. The second place finisher there, Dorth Vader. Consider her, and then consider Nitrogen, who beat Good Cheer, right? When I look at who they beat, Dorth Vader, Good Cheer. Good Cheer hasn't been the Good Cheer that we knew as of
back
late.
in the spring, yeah.
Right. She's just not the same horse this year. So I think from a class standpoint, especially the races that they exit, Torpedo Anna is a couple ticks above Nitrogen. Now, Nitrogen could take that step forward and make the playing field a little bit more even today. I don't want to say it's a 2-horse race because really anything can happen, but I do think that's kind of the storyline leading into today. Scylla, interestingly enough, they campaigned her sprint distances this year. Hasn't panned out for her. She hasn't managed to win. Cutting back in distance, I personally like her going 2 turns, so I think this is a sneaky move.
Let's go to Tom Leach for more on the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster.
Grade 1 Judmont Spinster has produced 3 of the last 6 Breeders' Cup Distaff winners. The reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, will try, most likely, to add her name to that list next month if things go well here on Sunday. I asked trainer Kenny McPeak if it's possible she could be even better than she was last year.
Better's relative, you know, the way she ran through the series as last year. I mean, if she's just even keel, and that's what we're really trying to do, is to keep her even. And she's a very professional filly, and every day is a good day for her. And I think you're going to see that she can run through these last two of the season. There's an off chance we'll race her next year.
When people come to Keeneland in the fall with a horse like her, the Spinster has been historically a great prep for the Breeders' Cup. Any guess as to why that is?
Timing. You know, it's typically 4 weeks before the Breeders' Cup. I believe this year it might be exactly 4 weeks, so that's good. Maybe minus a day, but you know, it's a great race. I've been fortunate enough to win it a couple of times with Take Charge Lady, and I've hit the board with some others in it. But anytime you can win a race at Keeneland of that magnitude, it's a big deal.
Like Torpedo Anna, Scylla competed on Breeders' Cup Day last year out at Del Mar for sponsor Judmont Farm. Garrett O'Rourke is the general manager for Judmont's U.S. division, and he tells us how Scylla, who's done most of her work around one turn, came to be going in the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster.
We're just running out of opportunity now. We'll probably breed her next year, and with no prep race, that's a Grade 1. Bill has decided to let her take her chance in the Spinster. Filly's doing great. Maybe he won't get the full mile and an eighth. And obviously, at the time we made the decision, Torpedo Anna was supposed to go to the Delaware Handicap, and Kenny has changed his mind on that. So that'll make life a little bit more difficult. But you know, if you don't buy a ticket, you can't win the lottery. So we'll be there.
You know, talking about the Spinster as a Breeders' Cup Distaff prep, you can go all the way back to the very first one. Princess Rooney in 1984 pulled off that double.
Great stuff, Tom, as always. Let's move into our next stakes race, the final race of the day, race number 10, the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. Again, a winning you're in for the juvenile turf at Del Mar on the 31st of October. This is the Toyota Super High 5 carryover race, over $12,900 there, and final score installed as the 8-5 morning line favorite for Todd Pletcher.
Todd Pletcher has come here with a mission this weekend, and so far so good. Tommy Joe obviously did win via disqualification, the Darley Alcibiades, and then we saw Ted Noffey get the Grade 1 win yesterday in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, so he's hoping to get another win on the board here this weekend.
I think he does. I know that he's the obvious one, but he is a horse that has done nothing wrong in his 2 turf races. He's taken advantage of going out there and dictating what's going on, and been able to put some distance on his competition, especially in his most recent win in the Grade 3 with Anticipation. Is the pace scenario going to be different today? I think it is. I think it's going to be maybe a little bit quicker, maybe not. It's 2-year-olds, so maybe 48 and change is kind of what they can do, but here today. But nonetheless, I think that this son of Not This Time, who like Into Mischief, like Gunrunner, and himself, they are at the head of the class as far as producing stakes winners, it seems like, every single weekend around the country. And we're going to take you back to final scores win at Saratoga in the Grade 3 with Anticipation. Here he is out on the front end. I mean, as straightforward as it gets. In his 2 route races, both of which have come on turf, they've put him on the lead. He's found himself on the lead. Pace wasn't all that quick in his maiden special wet race. He was asked or needed to pick things up a little bit, given the competition was more difficult, and he just pulls away from him. So an impressive performance, the way he levels off. He is doing the best running of any of this group on this afternoon. I understand that things are more difficult here today with horses that he'll be tackling this afternoon, but I do think he is the horse to beat. Repentless for NBS stable Kelsey Danner, my second choice, sprung a huge upset at Kentucky Downs on debut, going 7/8 of a mile. That was a quick race. He might have a little bit of speed in here, especially with the inside draw. He's no slouch, and Kelsey can get him ready to roll on the turf course especially. And then the number 9 horse, Password, for Rudy Brisset, another one that he's run good races every step of the way. He's run against good horses pretty much every step of the way as well, including beaten by Blackout Time, who we saw in yesterday's Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. But his best race came on the turf at Kentucky Downs, dictating things on the afternoon in that race. And I have a hard time reading the pace scenarios at Kentucky Downs. Seems like everything is quick. So how quick is he?
I don't know. I do not know. And these are 2-year-olds that are changing with every single race. And that was just the reason why I had to take a slight stance against final score. I think he's going to be a decent favorite in here. And this race, The 2024 edition, 38-1. 2023 edition, 27-1. So back-to-back years, it's led to big prices. That's what we see, I think, this time of year, especially with 2-year-olds on the turf. Final score, too. If he had been really tested, then I probably would have gone in this direction. But he's been able to get away with soft paces on the lead, and I don't think that this pace dynamic is going to do him any favors today. So I took a little bit of a shot here with the 7 Awesome Connection, and he still has a lot to prove. This is a look at his win 2 starts back, 6 furlongs at Woodbine, and this was when he was trained by prior connections. I don't know if there was a private sale or what happened here, but Chris Davis and Dare to Dream Stables picked him up. They ran him at Kentucky Downs last time out. This is a handy win. I don't think he's a sprinter, just kind of wanted to show a visual of one of his races, but he lost to a very, very nice horse in Street Beast. That horse won by 7 lengths. When you see a horse win by 7 lengths anywhere, especially at a track like Kentucky Downs, you know you're dealing with a really nice horse. And I think Awesome Connection ran very well behind him, and he can take a big step forward now, stretching out to 2 turns at 1 mile and a 16th. So he's my top pick. I went to the 6, final score in second, and then the 12, Dr. Agni. He was up against it from a pace standpoint, where I think final score benefited from the slow pace. Dr. Agni did not benefit from that pace, and I think there'll be a quicker pace to close into. Just one more note, Gordon Pass, sent out by Will Walden. He won this race last year for OXO with Minaret Station. And look, that horse also broke his maiden at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, had a low buyer speed figure, and came here and pulled off a huge upset.
Keep that in mind on the 8 Gordon Pass in the Castle and Key Bourbon. Let's roll it back to race number 8. Take your past performances, your programs to race number 8. This is the Indian Summer Stakes presented by Keeneland Select. 2-year-olds sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the turf course. Field of 8 with the scratch of the 8. Bobrovsky is the morning line favorite, the number 2 horse for Dale Romans, who Dale co-owns this Son of Daredevil with owner Steve Berg.
Tammy Fox is going to be really mad at me for sharing this information, but before he debuted, she told me that he is one of the fastest horses she's ever ridden in the morning.
And they've got, what's the other one that they've got that's so quick? It's their single-name turf sprinter. We saw him, I think, up at Pimlico during Preakness weekend.
Can't remember. But I think that, and obviously he was so fast first time out and couldn't quite get the job done, but then he comes back, breaks his maiden second time out at Saratoga, and then wins the Skidmore in his turf debut. And that was a productive race. We have seen horses come out and win outside of that last race. So he is definitely the horse to beat.
And he's who I'm going to go with because he's been so quick. It's been quick on turf, been quick on dirt. Here's his lone turf try where he was nearly 4-1, and he actually came from off the pace this day, which is encouraging. I mean, how much of a positive is this to see him be able to finish off with the target out in front of him after showing the speed that he did in his previous 2 races on dirt? So I think that he's only going to get better. He's a little green there and swapping his leads, it looked like, under Junior Alvarado, who rides him here this afternoon. But I've got Bobrovsky on top, the number 5 horse Obliteration for Steve Asmussen, who did just that in the Grade 3 Sanford on dirt. I know it's dirt, but he didn't run all that bad behind Johnny's Red Storm in the Kentucky Downs Juvenile Sprint. And I think the cutback in distance may benefit him here this afternoon. And then finally, the 9 horse Azizam for George Weaver, a horse that started off his career in England, came close in the Windsor Castle at Royal Ascot. He was 3rd. He came from off the pace in the Kentucky Downs run. You see a lot of that. We saw it yesterday with Kadem, with these European horses. He could be the horse to pick things up late.
Yeah, I think the fact that Bobrovsky rated last time out is very encouraging, because with extremely fast horses, you don't want them to empty the tank in the first half of the race. So at least he was kind with Junior Alvarado in his ability to rate, and I do think he's the horse to beat. But Rogue Legend, I think, is a very interesting horse for Wesley Ward, who obviously really points his horses for Keeneland spring and fall. We'll take you back to his last race at Colonial Downs, and he completely missed the break, Scott. That's him. He's the gray horse, number 8. How many lengths back is he? 3, 4, 5, whatever it might be? You think? We'll have to call Kurt Becker. Anyway, he is very, very far off the pace. And somehow he kind of rallies on the outside. He's slowly but surely passing all those horses to his inside, and he gets up for third, beaten 6 lengths. But he completely missed the break. Sometimes we see those horses in their North American debut, especially, I find sometimes sprinters, especially turf sprinters, they can get off to a little bit of a tardy start. So I think he's going to be tuned up for this race, ready to rock and roll out of the starting gate. And keep in mind, he won, he's a 2-time winner over in Ireland, and I think he can bring that form over here for Wesley. So 1, 2, Bobrovsky, and then the 5 Obliteration. His first couple of races were so impressive. Kentucky Downs ran okay, but I wonder what he can do on a more conventional turf course.
That's our look at the stakes races. Let's take a look at our sales grad spotlight for the afternoon. It's race number 7, the 7 Sneaky Good for L&J Foxwoods NK Racing, bred by Andrew Warren. This is a daughter of Into Mischief out of Gale, stakes-winning First Dam, daughter of Tonalist. And this filly will be the first runner out of that stakes-winning First Dam, represented from that female family line as far as the First Dam is concerned. $450,000 Keeneland September sale grad last year in 2024. So looking forward to seeing Brad Cox turn this one loose for L&J Foxwoods NK Racing, our sale grad spotlight, a Book 1 graduate from 2024 as she was hip number 59. As far as the Clocker report is concerned, let's turn our attention to race number 3, Waves of Mischief. Here's another Into Mischief filly that we're going to be focusing our attention on. That was on the bridle in a half-mile sharp 47-2, working on even terms with stablemate Proctor Street, who is, if I'm not mistaken, an older horse, and that is the case. So watch out for Waves of Mischief in race number 3. And then Lock Down Your Town. That is race number 7 that she'll be running in. She is the number 3 horse in that race, as we take a look at her in a fairly easy workout in 49 and change. But prior to that, she'd done her serious work prior to that. So no need to, as you just were mentioning with 2-year-olds, empty the tank. She's been fast enough in her previous workout, so watch out for Lock Down Your Town in race number 7. Time now for our multi-race exotic opinions. I'll take a swing at the late pick 4, race number 7. Looking for some coverage in that 7th race. I think that's a very difficult race to get through. So I'll go 3, 7, 8, 10, and 11, with the 10 being my top selection in there for trainer Doug Cowens. He is sensational with first-time starters, 25% winners. That's a practical joke filly going up against some big-time connections, then 2 by 2, and then closing things out with more coverage in the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon. That winning you're in for the juvenile turf.
All right, I'm going to take a look at the all-turf pick 3. Can you pat me on the back on this one? So
we're not on camera, so is it actually happening?
Give me a little love for opening day ticket.
There it is, yep.
Yeah? Thank you.
I heard you did well.
$1,200. Turf pick 3. Let's roll it back. Let's go today. Race number 6.
The past is the past, Gabby.
Yeah, but we can also take that into today with a little bit of motivation and momentum. So race number 6 kicks off the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. $3 minimum wager there. 3, 9, 12 for me. My top selection is Chavetta. We'll talk about her momentarily. Race number 8 is the next turf race. Just using the 1 and the 2. Rogue Legend I like. I have a little bit of an opinion there, but I think Bobrovsky is the horse to beat. And then we take you to the 10th and final race today, the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon, using my top 3 selections in there. The 6 I will use, Final Score, but I also think you got to include the 7 Awesome Connection, as well as the 12 Dr. Agnew, who might have a better pace to close into.
Let's go to our best angle segment here on today at Keeneland for the Sunday card. I'm going to get it going race number 1. We're on camera, Gabby. We're on camera.
Sorry.
Just wanted to make sure you're aware. Just an opinion. In race number 1, the 2-horse, I think this is going to turn out to be a heck of a claim for today's race for these connections, led by trainer Marcelino Salas. They claimed this horse for $16,000 at Churchill Downs. She fits amongst this group. I think that she has a good shot to lead this race throughout, going the 7-furlong distance. I know it's been a while since she's won. It was Sam Houston back in March of this year, but I like her fit in here, and I'm going to put her on top and do an ice-cold exacta over the 1-horse Jay Rivers with David Jacobson, who is dropping this filly down in class. Hasn't worked out as far as the claim is concerned, but she's taking a big drop down in class. I think she fills up that second spot. Give me a $10 exacta 2-1 in race 1.
All right, I'm going to take us to race number 6. Once again, this race does kick off that Keeneland Turf Pick 3. The number 3, Chavetta, is going to be my top play here. Brendan Walsh, first off of similar layoffs at Keeneland. Following?
Say it again?
First off similar layoffs at Keeneland.
Like exactly to the day? Or are we talking about
no,
a window
like a range.
Like 1 to 12 months?
What was it? 3 to 6 months, I think it was.
Kick on.
So anyway, positive ROI, $3 and change, and winning at 21%. So this is a look at her race, 2 starts back at Gulfstream Park in the Sanibel Island. This was earlier in the year, back in March. But I honestly think that she is a better sprinter. Clearly something happened to her last time out at Churchill Downs, because that subpar performance was followed by several months on the shelf. This was a 2-turn race. It was fine. But when you look at the beginning of her career, they were sprinting her. I think she's going to be really sharp today, first off the layoff and cutting back to 5.5 furlongs from obviously her race 2 starts back. But I think she's a better turf sprinter. So she'll be the top play there. Just a win ticket, $20 to win.
I know we got 30 seconds before we got to go to Tom Leach according to the rundown. I honestly wonder, and I say this tongue-in-cheek, because we focus on these layoffs, 1 to 3 months, 3 to 6 months, whatever it may be, whatever stat you can come up with, because you can narrow it down however you like. Do trainers pay attention to that at all?
No.
Okay, they do well 3 months in between, 4 months in between, so we're going to do that.
That's our job.
So why don't we do that as handicappers?
I don't know. I mean, I think there are trends in anything, whether it be in horse racing and baseball, where, that's a very stats-driven sport. I don't think they pay attention to it. Like even milestones, big milestones, a lot of the time we'll call trainers and be like, hey, did you know you're approaching 500 wins? And they have no idea.
We're 15 seconds over now. That's my fault.
Sorry.
Here's Tom Leach.
Long shot play on the Sunday card comes in the 10th race. It's the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon. Down on the inside, number 1 Turf Star. Intrigued that trainer Graham Motion sent this horse to Saratoga, then Kentucky Downs, now to a graded stake at Keeneland. Suggests that Motion has a lot of confidence in this horse. Watch that last race at Kentucky Downs, and Turf Star seemed to win it with a whole lot left in the tank. Graham Motion, jockey Tyler Gaffleone, Rail Post going long on the turf. Good combination for a horse that we hope will get to be a little bit of a price. Turf Star.
We're out of time. Goodbye. Enjoy today at Keeneland.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electrified vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Settles for third today at the 16th hole. Godite is second, but Elite Power does it again.
5 on a leading at 875 down 900. landed at 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Judmont.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, high stakes, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this fall. Love, Keeneland.
Keeneland welcomes Jocelyn Hampton to the paddock. As the front woman of Jocelyn and the Sweet Compression, Jocelyn shines as the driving force and heart of the band, bringing passion, authenticity, and undeniable energy to every stage she graces. Today, Jocelyn will sing our state song and the national anthem. She is joined by the University of Kentucky ROTC to present the colors. First up, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright in my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadow in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The children roll on the little cabin floor, all happy, all merry and bright. By and by, hard times come a-knocking at the door, and my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady, oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang low, the bombs bursting in awe gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free
Keeneland is proud to recognize Laurie Trout with the Programs Department as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Laurie. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland. John Deere track and turf conditions today. Main track fast. The turf firm, rail at 10 feet on the turf course. Time now for a look at the changes. First race is where the early pick 5 will begin. In the first race today, scratch the 6, Big Dig. First race, scratch the 6, Big Dig. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. In that second race, scratch number 2, Tislin. Scratch the 12, G-Rocks, and scratch 13, Lady Ashanta. That's the second race. Scratch number 2, Tislin. Scratch the 12, G-Rocks. Scratch 13, Lady Ashanta. Please note the 14 draws into the race. 14, What's Up Dog, draws into the race. Third race, no changes. Fourth race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw in. Race 5 starts the pick 6. No carryover, no changes in that fifth event. Sixth race will start the late pick 5. Also starts the Keeneland Turf pick 3. In that sixth race, scratch the 10, GW's Girl. And scratch 13, Ninth Island. That's in the sixth race. Scratch 10, GW's Girl, and scratch 13, Ninth Island. A couple of jockey changes in that race. On the 6th, Stormy Paradise, the jockey Sophie Doyle. That's the sixth race. Number 6, Stormy Paradise, Sophie Doyle, the jockey. Wave the Bug, the weight 118. Jockey change on the 12, Rich City Girl. That'll be Walter Rodriguez, the jockey. Sixth race, 12, Rich City Girl, the jockey, Walter Rodriguez. Seventh race, that starts the late pick 4. Scratch number 4, Paige Turner. Scratch the 5, Chiquita's Way. That's the seventh race. Scratch number 4, Paige Turner, and scratch the 5, Chiquita's Way. Eighth race, the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Scratch number 8, Twilight Delight. That's the eighth race. Scratch number 8, Twilight Delight. Ninth race featured Grade 1 Judmont Spinster. Please note, no show wagering in race 9. Please note, no show wagering in that ninth race feature. 10th and final race, the Castle and Key Bourbon. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $12,990. No changes in race 10. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker. As we get set for a big Sunday of racing here to close out opening weekend, this Fall Stars weekend at Keeneland Racecourse. And Gabby, 3 more stakes races near the end of the card. In fact, the final 3 races starting with the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select.
And 2 races today with Breeders' Cup implications. Of course, the Judmont Spinster and the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. Breeders' Cup win-in, year-in races.
And the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster certainly is the headliner of the afternoon, featuring Torpedo Anna, the reigning Horse of the Year, champion 3-year-old filly from last year, looking to continue this trek towards a title defense in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
She's going to have to go against one of the top 3-year-olds in the filly division, and that is Nitrogen. I think Nitrogen has to get maybe a little bit faster, or maybe Torpedo Anna has to get a little bit slower off of her race last time out in the personal ensign. But we have seen this before when, sometimes Torpedo Anna, when she gives it her all, and she was all out to win the personal ensign last time out. Maybe that creates a bit of an opportunity there for a horse like Nitrogen, and even Scylla. I think she's very interesting, stretching back out to 2 turns.
And then we close things out with the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. It's a win and you're in for the juvenile turf division. And this race, keep in mind, there is a Toyota Super High 5 carryover for this very wide open event of over $12,000, nearly $13,000. And as I mentioned, another trip to the Breeders' Cup on the line on this weekend.
It's a very interesting field, and I think a wide open field as well. We saw Will Walden get his first Grade 1 win yesterday. He won this race last year with Minaret Station. That was the first time that he had won a graded stakes race. Maybe he can do it again with Gordon Pass.
Enjoy a beautiful Sunday of racing here at Keeneland. Less than 19 minutes away from the Sunday opener, start of the early pick 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse. And this is a group of $20,000 claimers. They'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track here today. Just an opinion, 2-1 favorite. Favorites slide down to the inside. The 2 and the 1 taking a majority of the money. And just an opinion does come back fairly quickly. Just seen about 10 days ago on the 25th of September at Churchill Downs, finishing second. That was the day in which these connections claimed this horse for $16,000 to show up here for $20 at Keeneland Racecourse. And just reading the room, reading this race, I think that they have found themselves in a great position to bring this horse back quick off the claim. I do truly think that Just an Opinion has found herself in the best possible scenario as far as the level of competition and the group of horses she's facing off against here today. So I do think the stars have aligned for this daughter of Cantheros down here in the paddock getting ready to get saddled up. So I'll go with Just an Opinion. In the number 2 horse, I think there's a good chance that she could lead in this race and hopefully keep on going under jockey Edgar Morales. Now, her main competition is Jay Rivers. What is the reason for that? Because of the drop in class that she takes. This is a filly by Distorted Humor for David Jacobson, who claimed her for $40,000. He gave her a couple of tries against tougher competition, and it just hasn't worked out. So she drops down in class. She's also coming back in just 10 days from a race on the 25th of September. Not the same race as Just an Opinion. She was running for a $40,000 tag, but shows up for 20 here this afternoon. So you've got to always keep an eye on these horses taking big drops down in class. And David Jacobson, he is not scared in putting them in the right spots and being aggressive with spotting his horses as far as where he enters them. And then finally, the number 4 horse will round out my top 3, and in fact is the third choice right now in the win wagering, Yuma Shadow. Here's a horse that has had one race here at Keeneland in the past, was in a very difficult allowance race in the spring of 2024, but at least she comes in with the win. It was against Non-Winners of 2 company in her most recent start, so she does step up into a more difficult scenario here today for fillies that have not won 3. So that is something that you got to keep in mind, but she is the only horse in this race that comes into the opening race here at Keeneland with a victory, and we'll see if she can keep it going with Luan Machado riding for trainer Matthew Sims. Good luck in the opener, race number 1, less than 16 minutes away from post time.
Judmont is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Judmont will judge the horses in the paddock prior to each of their named races and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $500 cash award.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up with a claiming price of $20,000, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is firm today. Rail at 10 feet on the turf course. In the opener, scratch the 6, Big Dig. Post time at 6 minutes.
Fillies warming up for race number 1, less than 5 minutes away. We're looking at the 3 St. Albans Raid for Matt Shire. Misspoke on the paddock side, said that the only filly coming into this race off of a win was the 4 Yuma Shadow. Not the case. St. Albans Raid has won her last 2. She broke her maiden for 10 when she dropped in for 10 at Ellis in July, and then backed it up with a second consecutive victory in Non-Motorz 2 Company. So she continues to move up the class ranks, facing off against older fillies again here today, which she has handled in her last couple of starts. But she doesn't look bad out there, and 9-2 on a filly that's in the best form of her career. St. Albans Raid, one to consider with Jose Ortiz in this saddle. And I think that we've come to the point, if you've paid attention to racing at Colonial or over at Churchill, where you've got to pay attention to these Carlos Munoz trained runners. Rocio, the number 9 horse, comes out of that barn. They're very easy to pick out because they typically carry the Batman logoed black silks. Francisco Arrieta is wearing them here today. And this is a filly back on the 21st of September who sprung an upset of close to 9-1. She was moving off of turf back onto dirt for just the second time in her career, and she handled it nicely on that afternoon, her third time in her career running on dirt. So Rocio for Carlos Munoz. When you see that name, pay attention to his runners. He had a runner earlier this week, I believe it was on opening day, who ran a big number, finishing in the money at a big price. So pay attention to Rocio at 13-1 based on the barn success between Colonial, Churchill. We'll see how it moves over here to Keeneland, looking for that first win in a very short amount of time here in the early days of the fall meet. Good luck in race number 1. Once again, start of the early pick 5. We're less than 3 minutes away.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. Yuma's Shadow comes forward. Red Rose Rockin' moves in. Rocio will be the last one. Walks up. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. There goes St. Albans Raid out for the lead. Jackie's Love has early speed as well. Jay Rivers is there down toward the inside. Tartare up to the far outside. And now here comes Just an Opinion moving up from 5th into 4th in between horses. 3 lengths off the lead. Up the backstretch, Yuma's Shadow further back, a lane off the rail. Traveling 5 lengths from the front. There goes Rocio around the outside of that one. And Red Rose Rockin' is at the back, a half dozen lengths from the front as they head off the end of the backstretch. St. Albans Raid is the leader by just 1 length and is joined closely by Jackie's Love now just off the leader's flank. 23.53 seconds was the time for that opening quarter. Jay Rivers is down to the inside in 3rd, and then Just an Opinion 4th between horses. Tartaria is toward the outside in 5th around the far turn. Yuma's Shadow hugs the rail, moves up 6th to 5th to 4th, but is still 5 lengths off the lead as they come off the far turn. St. Albans Raid is the leader by 3 lengths. Jay Rivers tries to pick it up, comes off the rail from the 2nd position. Jackie's Love is 3rd. To the outside of that one, St. Albans Raid is the leader by just over 3 lengths. Jay Rivers is 2nd up on the outside. They're moving by the 8th pole. It is St. Albans Raid with the lead by 4. Jay Rivers in 2nd. Yuma's Shadow to the inside. Jackie's Love 4th on the outside. It is all St. Albans Raid in the opener at Keeneland. Well past the 16th pole. St. Albans Raid to win it for Jose Ortiz. It'll be Jay Rivers home in 2nd. Jackie's Love was up for 3rd, and Yuma's Shadow was 4th.
As straightforward as it gets. She outbroke him. She didn't have to go all that quick. As you take a look at the fractions for the levels, still not the quickest as far as the half at 47 flat. And St. Albans Raid just kept on going. Enough in the tank late to draw away from this group, and she's bet down to odds of 6-1. In fact, her price drifted up to 6-1. She was around 7-2 and talking about her warming up. So great price on St. Albans Raid, wire to wire in the opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: 3 St. Albans Raid first, 1 J Rivers second, 5 Jackie's Love third, and 4 Yuma's Shadow was fourth. 3-1-5-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 3, St. Albans Raid, owned by 10 Strike Racing of Marshall Graham, owned also by Jeremy Sussman, Richard Dunn, and Michael Griffin. Matt Shire, the trainer, Jose Ortiz, the jockey. St. Albans Raid, 3-year-old filly by Global Campaign, out of War of the States by Bodemeister, bred in Kentucky by the Paul Tackett Revocable Trust. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 24.33 seconds over the fast main track. First race results official, 3-1-5-4, the official results. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. 250 Lex is a year-long celebration of Lexington's 250th birthday. The 250 Lex Commission, appointed by Mayor Linda Gorton, has created, promoted, and supported cultural and educational events throughout 2025, including today's partnership with Keeneland, working with the goal of presenting interesting, inclusive, and memorable activities all year long. The Commission and sponsors have produced well over 250 events that celebrate Lexington, the horse capital of the world. This month is Equine Month, as 250 Lex toasts the history and bright future of our world-renowned horse industry. Cheers to 250 years. Keeneland's second race upcoming starts the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is firm. Scratch the 2 Tislin. Scratch the 12 G Rocks. And scratch 13 Lady Ashanta. A reminder, number 14, What's Up Dog, draws into the race.
Race number 2, less than 20 minutes away here at Keeneland Racecourse. Start of our early pick 4, and we'll start with a group of 2-year-old filly. Maidens in for a $50,000 tag, 6.5 furlongs the distance. And the number 14 who draws into the race, as we've noted and Kurt has noted, What's Up Dog is the current favorite at 7-2 out of the Norm Cassie barn. I'm going to go to the number 10 horse in here on top as far as the top selection. POSH Posh, a filly by Taprit for trainer Keith DeSormo, who is right now sitting at 6-1. She ran well on debut on a fast main track against Maiden Special Weight Company of Colonial in a quickly run race, and we see a lot of those races on the main track at Colonial run very fast times. It's one of the quicker main tracks that we have in North American racing as far as dirt racing. And then she caught a sloppy track next time out and didn't quite run as well. So she cuts back in distance just slightly by half of a furlong from 7 to 6.5 here today, but it's going to get that fast main track and drop in for 50. But granted, it is here at Keeneland, which you could argue that it might be a little bit tougher spot than even what she encountered over at Colonial. So I'm hoping that the fast main track and the 2 races under her belt get her into a good spot here and have her in a good spot. And I think the Keith DeSormo has her in a perfect spot here to win race number 2. She's 5-1 on the tote board. The number 4 horse, Zuma, is a filly by Omaha Beach for Gennaro Garcia. First off the claim for this barn. She's shown speed in her 2 races, which have been going further, including a race at Colonial on turf and most recently at Churchill Downs in a maiden 30 on the dirt. Cutting back in distance is the angle here on the 4, and she's also sitting at 5-1 on the board. So she keeps the blinkers on as they added them to her in her most recent start. So give me Zuma. Zoo Omaha, excuse me. I believe this is a play on the fact that Rosenblatt Stadium is right next to the zoo where they play the College World Series, for what it's worth. The daughter of Omaha Beach, the number 4, sits at 5-1. And then the number 5 horse, Veronica, for the win for Elias Lopez. She was a huge price at Kentucky Downs in a maiden special weight on the turf, and she ran to that huge price. But they're changing things up dramatically here this afternoon. The surface switch, the drop in for 50, the cut back in distance, a lot going on here. And the fact that these connections opt to bring this filly back down from Chicago for a second consecutive race. She ran down at Kentucky Downs after training up at Hawthorne Racecourse, went back up to Hawthorne for a work, and then comes back down here to Keeneland. I always read into these sort of scenarios and the investment it takes to get horses back and forth into various locations in order to participate in races like this. So I'm looking at the number 5 horse, Veronica, for the win as a positive in her making the journey down here to Lexington. Race number 2, less than 17 minutes to post to start our early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Started the early pick 4. The main track is listed fast. The turf is firm today. Race 2, maiden claiming event, 2-year-old fillies for a price of $50,000, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 2 Tislin. Also scratch the 12 G Rocks and scratch 13 Lady Ashanta. A reminder, 14 draws into the race. What's Up Dog number 14 draws in. Post time 7 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes away now from race number 2, and here's a look at the 8-horse Warm Up the Bus for trainer Michael Tomlinson. We see every meet here at Keeneland. Horses come from so many different race courses, areas, venues, however you want to phrase it. But I cannot think of in the last several years of spending every meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, seeing a horse come down from Timonium. That is up in Maryland, not far from Pimlico, just north of Baltimore. And this is a filly trained by Michael Tomlinson, who's been live on the board. She's 5-1 right now. I asked Michael about this journey to get down here to Keeneland Racecourse from Timonium, and he said that Chris Melton, her previous trainer, they've bought some horses off of him in the past, and he called him up and said, hey, I've got a nice horse you may want to take a look at. So they rolled the dice on this filly to bring her down here and run her for 50. So at 9-2, she just took another click of money as far as going down in price. So more action on Warm Up the Bus. We'll see if it works out from Timonium to Keeneland Racecourse. And then the number 14, What's Up Dog, is still the favorite at 3-1. Off the also eligible. From time to time, we'll see these horses, I don't want to say be forgotten about, but folks may not realize that they've drawn into the race, but that's not been the case with this Bo Liam filly, who was a $120,000 purchase earlier this year. So we'll see how she fares here today. 3-1 for What's Up Dog. Jose Ortiz looking for the victory in race number 2 and looking to sweep the early daily double. Good luck in race 2. 4 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race. Start of the early pick 4. Moving into line race 2. Zumaha goes in along with Warm Up the Bus. Mamartia comes forward. Veronica for the win, along with POSH Posh. Here's Miss Mo Magic. A little patience. What's Up Dog, the last one. Drawing in from the also eligible list, approaches the gate. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There's What's Up Dog from the outside. Silvertown kicks into the inside. A little patience up close. POSH Posh is right there as well. And Zumaha kicks in and moves up into the second position as they head up the back stretch. And then further back, Mamartia toward the center of the pack is out toward the center of the racetrack in the 6th position. Warm Up the Bus is 7th to the inside. Whiskey Business is in 8th. Veronica for the win is 9th. Miss Mo Magic is in 10th. Rotisserie is last of the 11. 22.2 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Silvertown, Zumaha, they go 1-2. They're separated by a half length onto the far turn. Then a gap of 2 lengths to POSH Posh. Third outward from the rail by just a neck. Warm Up the Bus scoots up a closer 4th and starts looking for more running room down toward the inside as they round the far turn. Silvertown, Zumaha, POSH Posh to the far outside. Warm Up the Bus is still in behind horses in 4th as they move off the far turn and past the quarter pole. Silvertown turns for home in front. Silvertown leads it by a length and a half. Zumaha is next. POSH Posh, and then Warm Up the Bus, who had to switch lanes out to the center of the track. It is Silvertown past the 8th pole. POSH Posh, Warm Up the Bus, Whiskey Business. Whiskey Business running down the center of the track. Clear sailing, Whiskey Business. Just passing horses all the way down the stretch to win at Whiskey Business. Walter Rodriguez to take it. Silvertown second, Warm Up the Bus third, and POSH Posh was 4th.
Whiskey Business from off the pace, rallying to pull off this victory on debut. A daughter of Volatile, purchased at the Keeneland November sale back in 2023 for $21,000. Wins a maiden 50 here today. From off the pace for Anna Navarrete, who can spring an upset and does so once again here with a first-time starter with Walter Rodriguez in the saddle. 11-1 in race number 2 with Whiskey Business for Foxbrook Farm.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race, the 7 Whiskey Business first, number 1 Silvertown second, number 8 Warm Up the Bus third, number 10 POSH Posh was fourth, 7-1-8-10 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 7 Whiskey Business, owned by Foxbrook Farm LLC of Jason and Megan Tackett. Trained by Anna Navarrete, Walter Rodriguez, the jockey. Whiskey Business, 2-year-old filly by Volatile, out of Trading Volume by Arch, bred in Kentucky by Haymarket Farm. 1 minute 19 and 2/5 seconds, 1 minute 19.92, I should say, for the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. 7-1-8-10 is now the official result for Keeneland's second race. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Representing the Kentucky Equine Management Institute internship program are Beth McAllister, treasurer, and Leslie Janica, coordinator, along with current Kentucky Equine Management interns, to gratefully accept a donation of $10,000 from Shannon Arvin, president and CEO of Keeneland, and Jackie Smith, financial controller of Judmont Farms. The Kentucky Equine Management internship program provides opportunities to college students interested in careers in equine management. Students enrolled in the program integrate academic studies with practical experience, leadership, and responsibility as an intern on a central Kentucky thoroughbred farm. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. No changes in the third race.
Race number 3, less than 19 minutes away from post time. These are fillies and mares 3 and up, a second level allowance condition, optional 80 as well. So 2 other than optional 80 on the about 7 furlong distance on the Beard course, I should say. The number 7 horse is my top play in here. That is Waves of Mischief. 3-1 second choice right now for Qatar Racing trainer Brendan Walsh. This is a filly that's trying dirt for the first time in her career, and she adds blinkers as well. And she's going to, I think the cutback in distance will benefit this filly. When you look at Brendan Walsh and these scenarios, when he cuts back from route races to sprint races, and this is sort of that in-between, but still a one-turn distance less than the mile and 70, mile and 8 that she's seen as of late. He's winning at 23% as far as cutting back from route to sprint. So 3-1 on the board, gets Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle, carrying the Claret Silks and Claret and Gold Silks of Qatar Racing. How many times have we seen these connections win here at Keeneland Racecourse? I'll go with the surface switch and changing things up in the cutback on Waves of Mischief here today, and the addition of blinkers. The number 8 horse, that is going to be my second selection, Sudden Switch. She's the current favorite for Riley Mott. Speaking of situational statistics for particular trainers, when Riley Mott adds blinkers to a horse for the first time, they're winning 20% of the time, and that's a significant win percentage. When you look at this filly coming in here and adding blinkers, cutting back in distance, she's been quick going a little bit longer distance over the course of her dirt races. Her last time out just nearly wasn't as effective on the turf course. So I think the cutback, the addition of blinkers, just goes to show you what their intentions are going to be here, and try to gun from that outside post position and show some speed and try to save some ground going around the turn. 8-5, I think, is justified as far as the wagering on the number 8 horse. And then finally, the number 6, that is Flash Ware for trainer Tom Vance. She was in over her head last time out in the Seneca Overnight Stakes at Churchill Downs. She ran into a phenomenal 3-year-old filly in Immersive, who we're very familiar with, that Grade 1 winner and champion filly from last year, 2-year-old filly. But she cuts back in distance. She's won going 7.5 furlongs at Churchill Downs, which should translate to this about 7 furlongs distance here today. And at 7-1, that is a square price. If you're wanting to take a shot against these two favorites, I would suggest the number 6 horse Flash Ware at that kind of a price, as we sit 17 minutes away from the start of race number 3 here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Summer Wind. Allowance optional claiming race for a price of $80,000. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. Beard course about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. No changes in this third race. Post time in 7 minutes.
There's an up-close look at Tyler Gaffleone and the Qatar Racing Silks aboard the number 7 horse, Waves of Mischief, the Into Mischief filly trying the dirt for the first time. She was part of the Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland, pointing towards her half-mile work in 47-2 when she worked with stablemate Proctor Street, who's a stakes-place daughter of Street Sense, also trained by Brendan Walsh, thus her stablemate. So getting the attention of the Clockers as far as the workout was concerned on the dirt course here at Keeneland Racecourse. She's 5-2, still a good price. Every filly in this race is a good price as we come close to post time. And then the number 4 horse, I want to point towards Sweet Alyssa. This is a daughter of Union Rags, bred by the Lothenbach Stables, who's made over $219,000. Comes into this race off of a good second-place finish behind a good filly in Windy Walk over at Ellis Park. You can find her at the upcoming Keeneland November sale. She's scheduled to go through the Keeneland November sales ring as hip number 618. That is Sweet Alyssa competing here in race number 3 at Keeneland. Good luck in the third, less than 5 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Summer Wind. Moving into line, third race. Costa Amalfitana comes forward. Flashware, Waves of Mischief move into line. Here's Sweet Alyssa walking up. Tap It Quick goes in. Sudden Switch will be the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There's Sudden Switch from the outside. Extreme Smoke Show is there. Tap It Quick has early speed as well. These three come to the front of the opening stride. Sudden Switch far outside will have the lead. Center of the track by 3/4 of a length. But now Tap It Quick moves up closer down toward the rail with Extreme Smoke Show between that pair. In the third position, Sweet Alyssa will go fourth. Waves of Mischief fifth up on the outside. Sultry Lass is in sixth and is joined there by Costa Amalfitana. Then a break of 8 more lengths back to the trailers. They head to the far turn. Flashware opening quarter 22.46 seconds. Back up front, Tap It Quick is the leader by 3/4 of a length now. Sudden Switch, a lane off the rail to the far turn. In second by 3 lengths. Extreme Smoke Show is third by just a half length. Waves of Mischief is fourth on the outside. Then a gap of 3 more lengths. Costa Amalfitana goes fifth up on the outside around Sweet Alyssa. Sultry Last is next to last, and Flashware trails as they come off the far turn. Back up front, Tap It Quick still the leader. Leads it by a length and a half. Sudden Switch is still second, a quarter mile to go. Gap of 5 more lengths then. Back to Extreme Smoke Show. In third, Sultry Lass is fourth. Waves of Mischief toward the outside is fifth. And here comes Sudden Switch after Tap It Quick. That's the battle for the lead into the final furlong. Sudden Switch on the outside and Tap It Quick to the inside. Then a gap of 6 more lengths back to Sultry Lass. Sudden Switch pokes ahead in front, 16th to go. Tap It Quick is fighting on, though. Tap It Quick not going away. Sudden Switch is right there. Sudden Switch, Tap It Quick. Tap It Quick, Sudden Switch. Down to the wire, Sudden Switch gets up to win it by a neck over Tap It Quick, home second. And then Sultry Lass and Flashware.
Quite a stretch battle between the 3 on the far side. Tap It Quick with Luis Saez and the eventual winner, the 8 nearest us. The 8 Sudden Switch for Riley Mott. That first time blinkers for the Riley Mott barn working once again. Junior Alvarado aboard with this filly, and the cutback in distance certainly helping this filly score at odds of 9-5. 8-3-1-6 unofficial in race number 3.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 8, Sudden Switch, was first. Number 3, Tap It Quick, second. Number 1, Sultry Last, third. Number 6, Flashware, fourth. 8-3-1-6 unofficial. Third race results official. 8-3-1-6, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's third race, the Summer Wind, at number 8, Sudden Switch, owned by Todd Singer, Rebel Racing LLC of David Walker, owned also by Dennis Park. The trainer Riley Mott, jockey Junior Alvarado. Sudden Switch, a 4-year-old filly by Munnings out of Switched Up by Pleasantly Perfect, bred in Kentucky by Dixiana Farms LLC. Keeneland September graduate Sudden Switch, Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 27.29 seconds over the fast main track. In the winner's circle, the Summer Wind trophy presentation to the connections of Sudden Switch. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. The turf is firm, the rail at 10 feet. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Racing moves over to the turf course here on this Sunday afternoon for race number 4. We're less than 19 minutes away from post time. A big field of 11, in fact 12, 12 will compete. The 13 through 16 are scratches, not drawing in off the also eligible. The 3-horse Drop Shot for BBN Racing. Love the name given the family. Colt by Essential Quality out of the First Dam Center Court, who is the mother of Navratilova, a Grade 3 winner here at Keeneland Racecourse. And this colt's mother, Center Court, won the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley during her racing career. So a big Watts Humphrey Jr. family involved with this colt, and he put together a solid enough debut at Kentucky Downs, sprinting 6 furlongs. It looks like the added distance will be his game based on how far back he was in that race on the 30th of August. So stretching out to the mile here this afternoon. Let's hope that that wakes him up. And Rusty Arnold, Luis Saez teaming up for BBN Racing. I think a lot of positives here with the pedigree, with his debut effort, with the added distance, and the price isn't bad either. 7-2 will take a shot with Drop Shot here in race number 4. The number 5 horse is my second choice for CJ Thoroughbreds and trainer Dale Roman's Patrol Squad 6. Now, this is a midshipman colt who improved quite dramatically when trying the turf in start 2 of his career. He was debuted sprinting on the main track at Ellis. When going out to a mile at Kentucky Downs, really took a big leap forward. He showed speed that afternoon just to be caught late in that long stretch at Kentucky Downs. So a different scenario for him here today. He's playing right now as the second choice at 4-1. That is the number 5 horse, Patrol Squad 6. And then finally, we'll go down to the rail for the third selection, Lemon's Law for Resolute Racing. Trainer Riley Mott looking for back-to-back wins on the card. Still well-bred son of Constitution, $400,000 Keeneland September yearling, half-brother to Raise Kane, who won the Grade 3 Gotham Stakes during his 3-year-old season, and also won the Perryville here on the main track here at Keeneland Racecourse. Now, while Raise Kane was best while running on the main track, this colt by Constitution is a half-brother to a pair of turf winners. So debuting here today on the turf with that family, and Constitutions have done well on the turf and dirt for that matter through the years. I think one that you've got to pay attention to as, again, trainer Riley Mott looks to go back-to-back on the card. 16 minutes away from race number 4, 2-year-old action on the turf up next here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Mandaloon, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds at a mile over the firm turf, the rail at 10 feet. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time at 6 minutes.
The winner of the Judmont Best Turned Out Award for the fourth race is Horatio Padilla, the groom for number 1, Lemon's Law. Congratulations.
Some really nice looking 2-year-olds here getting set to compete in race number 4, and one of them that caught my eye, in fact, we'll point towards 2 of them, and many of them were standouts, if not the entire group. But Time for Money, really a nice looking horse, and posing for the camera there in the afternoon sun on this Sunday afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. On debut, he ran 7th sprinting, but he's a son of Not This Time, who gets the added distance here today as he competes on the turf course once again, as he did at Kentucky Downs. But love the looks of Time for Money. He's a big price of 27 to 1. And then also the 6-horse for Sales Road for trainer Todd Pletcher. Here's a quality road colt out of a Scat Daddy First Dam, who is trying turf after debuting on the main track at Belmont at Aqueduct just under a month ago. But another good-looking runner in here, owned by Bridlewood Farm and Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, a team that has had such a great year with journalism, that leading three-year-old, one of the leading three-year-olds of this year, the multiple Grade 1 winner. So the 2 and the 6, one to keep an eye on just based on looks, and a good-looking group of 2-year-olds getting set to cross over to the turf course in less than 3 minutes for race 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the Mandaloon. Moving into line race 4. Gotcha comes forward. Graceful Standard moves into line. Here's High Honors. David's Kitten. Patrol Squad 6 comes forward. For Sales Road. Ever Ready. Tribalism, the last one. Going in. All in line at the post. And they're off. Patrol Squad 6 broke alertly. High Honors a step quicker from the outside. Got you there to the inside, and Ever Ready kicks in. Here's Ever Ready moving up on the outside of High Honors as they head to the first turn. They will go at it for the lead early. Gotcha gets down next to the rail in third. Tribalism is fourth on the outside. Time for Money is in fifth. Patrol Squad 6 is racing in sixth. A lane off the rail around the first turn. Drop Shot is in seventh to the outside of Lemon's Law in eighth. A gap of 3 more lengths then. Back to Versailles Road in ninth. Apollo's Glory is 10th. Graceful Standard is 11th. David's Kitten last of 12. 22.32 seconds for the opening quarter. Ever Ready the leader. Ever Ready against the rail up the backstretch, leads it by a length and a half to High Honors, who is second by just a half length. Gotcha third to the inside, then Tribalism fourth up on the outside, followed by Time for Money, and then Patrol Squad 6 toward the outside, 6 lengths off the lead at the entry to the far turn. Lemon's Law, then Drop Shot on the outside. It was 48.05 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Ever Ready the leader. Ever Ready onto the far turn, leads it by 3/4 of a length. High Honors is second to the outside by the same margin. Back to Gotcha. Tribalism has to angle wide from fourth, just over a quarter mile to go, top of the stretch. Patrol Squad 6 is toward the center of the course, 8 lengths off the lead. Ever Ready is the leader from High Honors. A length separates the top two. Gotcha is looking for room to the inside from third. Tribalism is fourth. Patrol Squad 6 has clear running, but still fifth, but is coming on the outside. And in the meantime, Tribalism with a narrow lead from Ever Ready. Patrol Squad 6 is there. Tribalism, Ever Ready. Patrol Squad 6 is trying to find more. Patrol Squad 6 on the outside of Tribalism at the wire. Patrol Squad 6 gets up by a head on the line for Jose Ortiz.
Coming from off the pace here today, Patrol Squad 6, after showing speed down at Kentucky Downs. The speed came from the outside runner, Ever Ready, who hung in there as long as he possibly could. But in the end, it is Patrol Squad 6, the number 5, who's bet down to odds of 3-2 for CJ Thoroughbreds and trainer Dale Romans, a colt by Midshipman, who passes this test here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 5, Patrol Squad 6 finished first. The 12, Tribalism second. The 11, Ever Ready third. The 2, Time for Money fourth. 5, 12, 11, 2, unofficial. Objection sign has been posted at Keeneland. Hold all tickets. Claim of foul has been lodged by the rider of the 12 Tribalism, the unofficial runner-up against unofficial winner number 5, Patrol Squad 6, alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. Objection pending concerning the top 2 in the unofficial result. On the video boards and television monitors, program feed to the left, head-on view to the right. Hold all tickets. Objection pending. No change. No change in the result. 5-12-11-2. That result will stand. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the Mandaloon, number 5, Patrol Squad 6, owned by C.J. Thoroughbreds of Corey and C.J. Johnson, trained by Dale Romans. 2 wins today for jockey Jose Ortiz. Patrol Squad 6, 2-year-old son of midshipman out of Gypsy Gray by Giants Causeway, bred in Kentucky by Agent E Ranch. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile over the firm turf in 1 minute 36.98 seconds. In the winner's circle, Aaron Henderson and Amy Rowlands, representing Judmont, present the trophy to the connections of Patrol Squad 6 for the Mandaloon. Fourth race, results official. 5-12, 11-2, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. This will start the pick six. No carryover. Fast track firm turf. The rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. No changes in race 5.
Two-year-old fillies get their turn here in race number 5. They'll be sprinting 6 furlongs on the fast main track. Maiden special weight event, $110,000 purse, and the start of the pick 6 here on this Sunday afternoon. And we're taking a look at Bella Ballerina. This is a well-bred Godolphin filly, as they all seem to be, and all, let's be honest, they are. This filly is by Street Sense, that champion and Kentucky Derby winner who's long established in the stallion ranks. But his mother, this filly's mother, I should say, Pretty City Dancer, won the Grade 1 Spinaway during her 2-year-old season, and she has produced stakes winners like Pretty Mischievous, that 3-time Grade 1 winner and one of the top 3-year-old fillies of last year. So a big family with Bella Ballerina, and she comes in with some sharp workouts. She has really turned it on in her morning workouts, and a long series of workouts, at least from what I have in front of me, back to June here at Keeneland. But her last 2 really picking things up. 47-2, 59-4, the 5th best of 46 over at Churchill Downs, and a stunning looking filly, really relaxed filly getting ready for her debut. So positive signs as we get a chance to see this filly coming from that big Godolphin family. That's the number 8 horse. She's 8-5. She is the favorite right now. Tyler Gaffleone going to be wearing the royal blue silks of Sheikh Mohammed aboard Bella Ballerina. The number 7 horse is Elite for Peter Blum. She's got a big family as well, comes from a big family. This is the full sister to the Horse of the Year, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Kentucky Derby winner, Authentic. And she was debuted sprinting at Ellis Park. She showed something early and then faded late. When you see horses that at least show something out of the starting gate and then fade, there is always, I don't want to say hope, that's probably overstating it, but it's always an encouraging run when running on debut, being involved in a race, and then backing out of it, because so often we see these horses that flash something, some speed, they're involved in the race early on, and then back up that second time out, they can keep things going, they gain fitness, whatever it may be, experience. There's a lot of things that horses obviously can gather from race experience, which you just simply can't get out of morning training or morning workouts, whether it be in company or what have you. And she comes out of a field of 12 in which she was involved in that race. So Elite, the number 7 horse, full sister to Authentic, as filly by Into Mischief. And then the number 6 horse, Determined Ace for Cherie DeVoe, a Practical Joke filly. She was purchased earlier this year at a 2-year-old sale for $350,000. And Jose Ortiz gets the opportunity to ride for Cherie. Think of through the last couple of years how many wins we've seen Cherie DeVoe and Jose Ortiz team up for all across the country. So Determined Ace right now sitting at 10-1. Lovely filly by Practical Joke at a Medaglia d'Oro First Dam. This will be the first starter for that Medaglia d'Oro First Dam in Fashion Island. So looking forward to see how she gets on here on debut in race number 5. Again, reminder, this starts the pick 6 here at Keeneland. Just waiting for the riders up call here in the next few moments. We're less than 13 minutes away from race 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. The Mallory, maiden special weight, 2-year-old filly, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes. This will start the pick 6. No carryover. Post time in 5 minutes. The main track fast, the turf firm.
Looking at the number 4 horse, Debbie Doll, as we're less than 4 minutes away from race number 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse. This owned by Baker Brothers Racing, trained by Larry Ravelli, a filly by Liam's Mac, who has been training up in Chicago at Larry Ravelli's home base at Hawthorne Racecourse. And as I just spoke to him down in the paddock about this filly, I said, you know, what led you to bring her down here? Because so often we'll see Larry debut young horses, whether it be at Hawthorne or other places, to get them ready and see what he's got and get that win under their belt before moving on. He said, you know me, I wouldn't be here if I didn't like this filly. So she's been working quick. He says she's not the most lightning quick horse that he has, and he's got some very fast horses, much like Wesley Ward. It's a very similar program with the 2-year-olds, but he said he's put her up against some good young horses that he has, and she's held her own. So Debbie Doll coming down here to Keeneland. Anytime you see a Larry Ravelli trained runner show up down here at Keeneland Racecourse to debut, you have to take note. And he's done a lot of great work buying young horses or 2-year-old horses out of the sales down in Florida and Ocala. And that's one, this filly, Liam's Map filly, comes out of that Ocala sale earlier this year here in 2025. So Debbie Doll's getting plenty of attention, 7-2. Again, Ravelli with 2-year-olds. He is very good. Looking forward to seeing the Chicago connections represented here in race number 5 with the Ford Debbie Doll. Good luck in race number 5. We're less than 2 minutes from post.
Yes, what he said.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Mallory, start of the pick six. Moving into line, race 5. Bella Ballerina comes forward, and here's Lamp. Buckeye Favorite walks up along with Debbie Doll. Karma wins. Berlin Win goes in, along with Karma wins. Aquazura, the last one, comes forward. Goes in there at the post. And they're off. There goes Buckeye Favorite. There goes Lamp. Lamp goes to the lead. Jolly Jolene is right there. Completely Elegant comes away in third. Elite is out running in fourth. Buckeye Favorite settles back in fifth. Toward the outside, Aquazura very wide in sixth position as they head for the far turn. And then Bella Ballerina toward the outside is in seventh. Tries to improve position 5 lengths off the lead. Debbie Doll is eighth in between horses. A gap of 6 more lengths back to Determined Ace, who travels along in the 9th spot. Berlin Win is next to last. And Karma Wins is the trailer. 22.47 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Around the far turn, Elite to the inside. Buckeye Favorite between horses. Aquazura to the far outside. And Bella Ballerina is fourth. She's 3 lengths off the lead. Has to go out to the center of the racetrack. Lamp is in behind horses in fifth. Debbie Doll is sixth. Here's Bella Ballerina coming forward. Lamp is looking for running room behind horses. Has to change lanes toward the outside. In the meantime, Bella Ballerina has the lead. Debbie Doll goes to second. Lamp is third. Bella Ballerina with a 3-length lead at the 16th pole. Debbie Doll is in second. Determined Ace with a late run to try to chase down Lamp for third, but at the wire, Bella Ballerina wins it for Tyler Gaffalione. It was 5 more lengths then. Back to Debbie Doll in second. Close for show.
Well, she ran just like she acted down in the paddock. Very professional effort by this daughter of Street Sense as this family just continues to produce generation after generation. Bella Ballerina, the half-sister to the three-time Grade 1 winner, pretty mischievous, putting on a show here today as she moves easily away from this group to win on debut as the 7-5 favorite.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: number 8, Bella Ballerina first, the 4, Debbie Doll second, 3, Lamp third, and 6, Determined Ace fourth. 8-4-3-6 unofficial. Race 5, results official. 8-4-3-6, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's fifth race, the Mallory, number 8, Bella Ballerina. Owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffalione is the winning jockey. Bella Ballerina, 2-year-old filly by Street Sense, and a Pretty City Dancer by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. 6 furlongs, 1 minute, 11.36 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Mallory Trophy presentation to the connections of Bella Ballerina. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Keeneland 6th race upcoming. The late pick 5 begins here. The Keeneland Turf pick 3 also begins here, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 10 feet. Scratch the 10, GW's Girl, and scratch 13, Ninth Island. Jockey for the 6, Stormy Paradise, Sophie Doyle. 6, Stormy Paradise, Sophie Doyle, weight 118. 12, Rich City Girl, the jockey Walter Rodriguez. 12, Rich City Girl, the jockey Walter Rodriguez.
Race number 6 coming up next, an allowance race for 3-year-old fillies, restricted to 3-year-old fillies who have not won a graded sweepstakes on the turf. So you're going to get, as we do have here today in race number 6, a very good group of 3-year-old fillies in a $140,000 allowance race with stakes-winning fillies in this race that you certainly have to consider. I'm going to the number 9 horse in here, and that is a filly who has yet to compete in a stakes on the turf course. Proud Starlet for Steve Asmussen, but she has really been a good filly out throughout her 2 racing seasons. At the age of 2, she was a debut winner down at Del Mar for trainer Tim Yachteen, winning at odds of 18-1. They tried her in the Grade 1 Del Mar Debutante, the Enokia Stakes at Santa Anita, and then a couple of tries on the turf course in her starts this year at the age of 3 before moving out here to Kentucky to trainer Steve Asmussen. And her turf tries have been better in her last 2. She's really come on. She's got an immense amount of speed. She was able to win on the 19th of July this year on opening weekend at Del Mar, and then went over to Kentucky Downs, ran 6.5 furlongs, and that race may be just a touch too far for her at this stage of her career with the speed that she showed that day. So the cutback in distance looks to be a huge plus for this daughter of Mendelssohn. I'll take Proud Starlet on top, the number 9 horse, who is 7-2 on the board, co-favored in this upcoming 6th race. We'll move on to my second selection to the far outside, the number 12 horse. That is Rich City Girl for Larry Ravelli. As Kurt announced, the rider change is Walter Rodriguez. This is another one who's got speed, the cutback in distance. She comes out of the Kentucky Downs race. So playing off that common race here this afternoon, it's not the best draw, let's be honest, post 12 with the speed that she has and the speed to her inside. But watch out for Rich City Girl as Larry Ravelli just comes off of race number 5 where his filly ran well on debut, finishing second to a rising star out of the Godolphin operation. So I'll go to the 12 horse, who is a big price, 13-1 on the board. I don't think there's that much separation between herself and some of these favorites in here. And then finally, the number 8 horse, that is Dream Away for trainer Wesley Ward, a Flame Away filly who's also got a lot of speed. There's a lot of speed in this race. She was recently 3rd at Colonial in her start on August 1st. Prior to that, she was a winner on the main track at Churchill Downs in the off-going. But we'll see how she gets over this turf course here at Keeneland, which she has run well in the past. She was 2nd in the Limestone back in April of this year, that stakes race, $300,000 stakes race. So we know she can handle it. And she was 2nd to She's So Spicy, who's one of the better 3-year-old fillies, if not the best 3-year-old turf sprinting filly that we have in North America right now. So pay attention to the 8 horse Dream Away, who is 5-1. Very competitive group coming up next here at Keeneland Racecourse. And this race does start the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 6, 8, and 10. Also begins the late pick 5 on the Sunday card.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Jackpot Farm, an allowance for 3-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, the rail at 10 feet. Starts the late pick 5, starts the Keeneland turf pick 3. Scratch the 10, GW's Girl. Also scratch 13, Ninth Island. Jockey for the 6, Stormy Paradise, Sophie Doyle. Sophie Doyle, the jockey for the 6, the weight 118. Jockey for the 12, Rich City Girl, Walter Rodriguez. 12, Rich City Girl, Walter Rodriguez, the jockey. The weight is okay. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Taking a look at these fillies warming up for race number 6 here at Keeneland Racecourse. The 2-horse multiplication is an interesting filly because outside of her last race, she had been going a route of ground, showing speed in those races, but they backed her up to at Ellis Park to 5.5 furlongs, and she showed a ton of speed. That is a very quick turf course, as we know, in the summer at Ellis Park. But as far as the tactics here this afternoon, it'll be interesting to see. Down on the inside, is she going to try to lay back and make a run? Will she show the same sort of speed with all the speed signed up to the outside? But I can tell you one thing, Brett Calhoun is very good here at Keeneland Racecourse, very good with sprinters, and the fact that he pinpoints this race in this allowance race restricted to non-winners of a graded stakes race, it's an interesting spot. So at 12-1, definitely one that is primed to outrun her odds. Now, Savetta, the number 3 horse for Godolphin, as they look to go back-to-back on the card, I think that she is going to be clearly laying off the pace. You look at her races, going a route, going a sprint distance. I think she's going to get that set up and hope that Tyler Gaffleone can find the splits or come around horses or whatever it may be. So at 7-2, she is going to get enough speed to run at in this race. It's just a matter of her closing into that here this afternoon. And then grade A, the number 4 horse, the filly for Jeremiah O'Dwyer. Good filly. She's a stakes place filly. She was 3rd in the P-Patch Stakes, so black type on her page, and I refer to that because she is going to be in the upcoming Keeneland November sale, hip number 1631, a stakes place filly competing here today at Keeneland. Looking forward to seeing her on the track and at Keeneland November in just a few weeks' time. We're just a minute away from post time, race 6.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Jackpot Farm. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Grade A comes forward along with Dream Away. No question about it, moves into line Proud Starlet as well. Here's Brindy. Rich City Girl, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Proud Starlet. Proud Starlet right out for the early lead. Kuwaitia has early speed as well. And then Dream Away in between horses. Brindy, Rich City Girl to the far outside. Multiplication back toward the inside is away running in 6th position. No question about it between horses. 7th, Stormy Paradise is wide to the far turn in 8th. Chivetta is back toward the back of the pack against the rail in 9th. Grade A is 10th alongside of that one. Justin Queso is last of the 11. 21.14 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Proud Starlet against the rail around the far turn, leading Dream Away by 3/4 of a length. Rich City Girl moves up to the far outside from 3rd. Kuwaitia back toward the inside 4th, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Looks for an opening toward the rail. They turn for home. Proud Starlet. Kuwaitia down to the inside. Dream Away to the outside. Rich City Girl extreme outside. Kuwaitia keeps moving up the inside, and Kuwaitia up to take the lead. The rail skimming ride will bring Kuwaitia to the front for Flavian Pratt, leading it by 3. Grade A is running late from the outside, but running out of time. Kuwaitia, Grade A, Chivetta at the wire. Kuwaitia hangs on to win it by 3/4 of a length.
What a victory from Kuwaitia, and Flavian Pratt able to find himself down on the inside, which proved to be the crucial spot to be in and the good spot to be in, and did so from post position number 7. And the pace was quick out in front of her. As the filly that set the pace, she came off the rail, all that space to work with. Kuwaitia, an impressive performance and a big runner-up finish from Grade A, who we'll see in the Keeneland November sale in just a few weeks' time. The number 7 horse, though, on top for Resolute Racing, Kuwaitia. Riley Mott having himself a day here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 7, Kuwaitia, was first. Number 4, Grade A, was second. Number 3, Chivetta, third. And the 2, Multiplication, fourth. 7-4-3-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the Jackpot Farm, the official winner, number 7, Kuwaitia. Owned by Resolute Racing of John Stewart, trained by Riley Mott, second winner on the card. Flavian Pratt is the winning jockey. Kuwaitia, 3-year-old filly by Soldier's Call, out of Smooth Sailing by Bated Breath, bred in Ireland by Ballyhane. The time for the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 1.75 seconds. And again, the results official, 7-4-3-2, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Jackpot Farm to the connections of Kuwaitia. Keeneland's seventh race upcoming. This will start the late pick 4. The main track is fast, the turf firm. Scratch number 4, Paige Turner. Scratch the 5, Chiquita's Way.
Down to the final 4 races of this opening week, Fall Stars weekend, which means we begin the late pick 4 here in race number 7. 2-year-old fillies, maiden special weight event going 6 furlongs. And taking a look at this group as they circle the paddock, the number 10 horse we'll focus our attention on. That's the top play for me, Red Rays for trainer Doug Cowens. A practical joke filly purchased out of the Keeneland September sale last year for $160,000. She's a good price of 14-1. I expected this kind of a price when you've got the other connections in this race, but there's multiple things that led me towards this filly. The way that she's worked, granted on the synthetic at Turfway Park, a positive. Trainer Doug Cowens is very good with first-time starters. 25% win clip with first-time starters, and that would be the highest percentage of the trainers in this race, just in front of Brad Cox, who has the number 7 horse, Sneaky Good, the current favorite. Now, another aspect of this filly, if you paid attention to any of the sales results at the Keeneland September sale of this year, Hinkle Farms had a massive sale. And this one, a Hinkle Farm bred filly, offered up last year at the Keeneland September sale. So they have had a phenomenal run as of late with so many good, not only results at the Keeneland September sales, but when it comes to the racetrack as well. More Than Looks, one of the products of the Hinkle Farms operation, who won last year's Breeders' Cup Mile. So Red Rays, I'm going to take a price shot in here at 14-1 for owner Michael Foster. And again, Doug Cowens, who's so good with these first-time starters. As I mentioned before, the number 7 horse, Sneaky Good, trained by Brad Cox. He's phenomenal with first-time starters, 23% winners, just high percentage across the board, whatever the situation is. And this is a filly by Into Mischief that also graduated from the September sale of last year here at Keeneland for $450,000, owned by L&J Foxwoods and NK Racing. Steady workouts coming in, fast workouts back in August, and then most recently just some steady workouts, not quite as quick at Churchill Downs. She has to be ready based on her workout tab coming into this race. In fact, got things going at Windstar Farms at their training center going back to July, it appears, as far as her work. So she should be cranked up, ready to go here today. Irad takes the call. Irad Ortiz Jr. on Sneaky Good, the well-bred daughter of Into Mischief out of the stakes-winning First Dam in Gale. And then finally, the number 8 horse, my third selection, that is Allison Avenue. CJ Stables owns this daughter of Yopon. Yopon's been a sensation here with his first crop of runners. We had a Yopon winner yesterday here at Keeneland Racecourse for Spendthrift, where he stands. And this is a horse that was second on debut at Horseshoe Indianapolis, getting that race under her belt, gets a little bit more added ground here today. Flavian Pratt was the tip of the hand for me in this situation at 7-1 for Steve Asmussen. So watch out for Allison Avenue with experience against a group of largely first-time starters. Could go a long way in race number 7. Good luck. We're less than 16 minutes away from post time. 2-year-old fillies sprinting 6 furlongs on the main track, which is fast as it has been throughout the entire weekend. Start of our late pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elite Power. Maiden special weight 2-year-old filly, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the late pick 4. Scratch number 4, Page Turner. Scratch the 5, Chiquita's Way. Post time at 7 minutes.
The winner of the Judmont Best Turned Out Award for the 7th race is Misiel Gutierrez, the groom for number 1, Cat Spring. Congrats.
Race number 7 coming up here at Keeneland Racecourse. The number 3 horse, Lock Down Your Town, is a filly that we discussed this morning and showed her most recent workout based on the Clocker report. And the time of her most recent workout is not going to turn any heads. She worked in 49-3. They just popped her out of the gate. The focus was on the early portion of that workout, not the latter half in the final time. But if you go through her workouts prior to that, she had done all her serious workouts through the months of August, through that recent workout, prior to her most recent workout, I should say, on the 20th of September. She's quick. She's got some ability. Based on her workouts prior to that gate workout, watch out for Lock Down Your Town. She is 12-1 on the board right now. Don't sleep on Lock Down Your Town for Phil Simms, a very good conditioner, and Luan Machado gets the opportunity to ride here today. I think she's a very live long shot in race number 7. And then Holy Hetty is the 11 horse for Cheyenne Stables and trainer Bill Mott. She's getting some attention, down to 6-1 right now on the board. We talked about the sons and daughters of Yopan more than a few times this opening weekend. Here's a filly by Yopan, $500,000 purchase from last year, currently the leading freshman sire of that freshman sire group that we have in 2025. So Junior Alvarado in the saddle, comes in from New York. She's been working up at New York for Bill Mott to be debuted down here at Keeneland Racecourse. Tough race coming up, good race coming up. Should see a sensational showing of 2-year-old fillies once again here this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck in the upcoming 7th race. Once again, their final reminder, start of the late pick 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elite Power. Start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Betty's Pearl comes forward, along with Lock Down Your Town. Here's Red Rays. Raging Current. Holly Hetty will be the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Allison Avenue and Sneaky Good have early speed. Red Rays is right there, and Betty's Pearl now kicking in. Betty's Pearl moves up along with Red Rays to the far outside. Sneaky Good slides down next to the rail, puts a head in front for the move up the backstretch. Allison Avenue backs away into 4th. Cat Spring is in 5th. Lock Down Your Town is 6th. Holly Hetty wide in 7th position. Rift is 8th. Then a gap of nearly 10 more lengths back to Raging Current, who's last as they move on to the turn. 22.57 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Betty's Pearl is toward the outside and is challenging Sneaky Good for the lead. Red Rays has lost some ground around the far turn, back into 4th as Allison Avenue has gained 3rd, but is still 3 lengths off the lead as they move for the top of the stretch. Sneaky Good to the inside, Betty's Pearl to the outside, Allison Avenue still 3rd. Red Rays is still in the 4th position as they come toward the 8th pole. And here's Betty's Pearl to try to draw alongside of Sneaky Good, but Sneaky Good has the lead and has it by a length and a half. Sneaky Good coming to the 16th pole by a widening 2-3-length margin to Betty's Pearl in 2nd position. Allison Avenue is 3rd. Sneaky Good with Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard to win it. Betty's Pearl home 2nd. Allison Avenue 3rd. It'll be close for 4th, either Cat Spring or Rift.
Nothing sneaky about this performance. Sneaky Good took it to him early on and hangs in there after setting an opening quarter of 22-2, 46-1 for the half mile, and she's going to draw off and win nicely. A huge debut effort for the owners L&J Foxwoods and NK Racing out of the Brad Cox barn with Irad in the saddle. A daughter of Into Mischief scoring on debut, another Keeneland September sale grad winner.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 7, Sneaky Good, first. Number 9, Betty's Pearl, second. Number 8, Allison Avenue, third. Number 1, Cat Spring, fourth. 7-9-8-1, unofficial. Race 7, results official. 7-9-8-1, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 7th, the Elite Power, number 7, Sneaky Good, owned by L&J Foxwoods of Jamie Roth, owned also by NK Racing of Nancy Favreau. Brad Cox, the trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr., the winning jockey. Sneaky Good, a 2-year-old filly by Into Mischief out of Gale by Tonalist, bred in Kentucky by Andrew Warren. Keeneland September sales graduate Sneaky Good gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 11.54 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Elite Power Trophy presentation to the connections of Sneaky Good. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, 8th running of the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Turf is listed firm, rail at 10 feet. Scratch number 8, Twilight Delight.
We come into the stakes portion of our card on this Sunday. The final 3 races, all stakes races, starting with the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select for the 2-year-olds, going 5.5 furlongs on the firm listed turf course, and certainly a race that will produce at least one, if not multiple horses that we'll be seeing running on Future Stars Friday at the Breeders' Cup in the Juvenile Turf Sprint. Bobrovsky, the number 2 horse, is currently co-favored at odds of 2-1 as we're 19 minutes away from post time. He has been a very good horse in a short amount of time, dating back to his debut at Churchill Downs at the end of June, just beaten that day, but he moved forward off of that and decimated a group at Saratoga at the end of July, winning by 10 lengths. Then they moved him over to the turf course at Saratoga in the Skidmore, and he showed a different dimension. He tracked off the pace and finished that race off nicely. So it's quite a scary proposition when you see how well he adapted to the turf and the ability to track off the pace. As Dale Romans sends this son of Daredevil out, Bobrovsky for himself, who co-owns this horse with Steve Berg. Gabby was talking about this earlier this morning on Today at Keeneland, having a conversation with Tammy Fox, Dale's exercise rider assistant and his partner, saying that's the fastest horse in the Dale Romans barn. So this 2-year-old, faster than the other horses and good horses that Dale's got, Bobrovsky, I think, is definitely a serious contender in this Indian Summer Stakes presented by Keeneland Select. The number 5 horse, Obliteration, he too put together a sterling performance when he won the Grade 3 Sanford Stakes, winning that race by 10. That was on the main track. That was after breaking his maiden debut at Churchill Downs. The one thing that you do have to keep in mind about a race like the Grade 3 Sanford is that's in the early portion of the summer meet at Saratoga, and oftentimes you'll see these types of efforts. But he backed it up with a good second in the Saratoga Special, just beaten by Ewing, who was scheduled to run in yesterday's Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, but did not compete. He was a late scratch. But then they tried him at Kentucky Downs in the Juvenile Turf Sprint and put together a solid second-place finish. So I think he's one that will benefit from the cutback in distance here this afternoon, 5-2 on the talented son of Violence for trainer Steve Asmussen, coming up here in the Indian Summer Stakes. And then finally, my third selection is the 9 horse Azizam for George Weaver, a colt by Havana Gray. We've seen in these few days of racing that we've had here for opening weekend of Fall Stars weekend, horses really being able to close really nicely off the pace in these turf sprint races, and this colt will be doing so. He comes in from Europe for his second start here in the United States. He rallied from off the pace in the juvenile sprint at Kentucky Downs to finish 3rd. So if you're looking for a closer type, and Irad Ortiz Jr. gets the opportunity to ride here today, Azizam will have the setup, and the trend of these turf sprints so far this meet should lend itself to a strong run from the number 9 horse, a son of Havana Gray. Really good group of horses coming up. Starts the all-stakes pick 3. Late pick 3 begins in less than 16 minutes, kicking off with the Indian Summer Stakes presented by Keeneland Select.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 8th running of the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. A listed stakes for 2-year-olds at 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf rail at 10 feet. Scratch the 8, Twilight Delight. Double and pick 3 wagering. This starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time in 7 minutes. Parading to the post, number 1, Rogue Legend, owned by Resolute Racing of John Stewart, trained by Wesley Ward, Flavian Pratt to ride. 2, Bobrovsky, owned by Dale Romans and Steve Berg, trained by Dale Romans, the jockey, Junior Alvarado. 3, Trendsetter, owned by Midway Racing LLC of Devant Latham, trained by Ben Colebrook, the jockey, Luan Machado. 4, Uncle Bucky, owned by Jan Martin, trained by Susan Anderson, jockey Irving Moncada. 5, Obliteration, owned by Leland Ackerley Racing LLC of Lee Ackerley, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 6, Schwarzenegger, owned by Mrs. John Magner, owned also by Mount Mellick Farm of David Fennelly, owned by Brooke Smith, Resolution Road Stables of Roy Israel and Laura Walker, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey John Velasquez. 7, Zeus's Echo, owned by Ridiculous Gasmanian Stables of Ryan Ritt and Jeff Gasner, trained by Christopher Davis, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 8 is Scratched. 9 is Azizam, owned by Black Type Thoroughbred, Swinbank Stables, Harold Ventures, owned also by Adkison, Brody Racing LLC, Pura Vida Investments LLC, Campeche Stables, and Atkinson. The trainer is George Weaver, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Less than 5 minutes till post. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the 8th running of the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Moving into line, race 8. Trendsetter moves into line, and now Zeus's Echo. Uncle Bucky. Azizam, the last one, goes in there at the post. They're off in the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. There's Schwarzenegger right out for the early lead. Obliteration there to the inside. Zeus's Echo moves up to take second from the outside here in the early going. Bobrovsky is fourth down toward the inside. Starts to improve position, now taking third. 2 lengths off the lead. Azizam is fifth toward the outside. Onto the far turn. Rogue Legend moves up the inside. Into the 6th position now. Uncle Bucky is 7th. And Trendsetter is last of the 8. It was 21.17 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Bobrovsky comes up the inside to challenge Schwarzenegger for the top spot. Had to back away there for a moment. Lost a couple of lengths around the far turn. In the meantime, Zeus's Echo and Azizam try to swing up toward the outside. Less than a quarter mile to go. Schwarzenegger has the lead. Schwarzenegger by 3 lengths coming to the 8th pole. Obliterations running up the inside, but they're coming to the final 16th. Rogue Legend runs down the outside. Bobrovsky still 4th. Obliteration is 2 lengths away. Schwarzenegger's got the lead. Here's a final try from Rogue Legend and from Obliteration, but here's the wire. Schwarzenegger wins. He wins it by a half length in the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select, with John Velasquez aboard.
Schwarzenegger wins this race at the start. He outbreaks all the speed in this race. It forced Bobrovsky to track off the pace. And as Kurt mentioned in his call around the turn, Bobrovsky running up on Schwarzenegger and just could not recuperate from that point in time. He tried. He ran a big race in defeat here, and he doesn't end up finishing second. But it's Schwarzenegger flashing that Wesley Ward speed that we see so often with 2-year-olds, getting the victory here today. Another stakes winner this weekend at Keeneland Racecourse for the sire, not this time, and another win this weekend for jockey Johnny Velasquez.
Unofficial results of race 8. 6 Schwarzenegger finished first. 5 Obliteration second. The 1 Rogue Legend third. 2, Bobrovsky was 4th. 6-5-1-2, unofficial. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 2.28 seconds. A stakes record for the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select. Results of race 8 official, 6-5-1-2, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 8th running of the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select, number 6, Schwarzenegger. Owned by Mrs. John Magner, owned by Mount Mellick Farm of David Fennelly, owned by Brooke Smith, Resolution Road Stables of Roy Israel and Laura Walker, the trainer Wesley Ward, the jockey John Velasquez, Schwarzenegger, 2-year-old son of Not This Time, out of Soothsaying by Lemon Drop Kid, bred in Kentucky by Frankfurt Park Farm. The Keeneland November Baby, Schwarzenegger, stakes record in the Indian Summer, 1 minute 2.28 seconds for the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Now the trophy presentation for the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Tom Marshall, charter member of Keeneland Select, presents to the connections of Schwarzenegger.
Schwarzenegger goes gate to wire here. Johnny Velasquez, first and foremost, it's been an incredible weekend for you thus far. You continue the momentum. Just what is that like? 5 wins yesterday. You continue it with another stakes win today.
Man, it's so exciting to be around at my age and get an opportunity for the trainers and the owners give me the opportunities to ride this kind of horses. It's exciting, though. It's part to be in the game, being competitive and winning races. It puts a fire on me, so it's very nice.
Take us through the trip today. Seemed pretty straightforward with him making the lead.
Well, we know he's super fast. I mean, I can't, even out of the gate, he's so fast out of there. I had to let him jump for 3 or 4 jumps before I tried to, get a hold of him. Come out of there running, and all I tried to do is try to save him for the end. And I don't think the grass was in a favor today. So I got a good hold of him, all the way to past the 3/8 pole to try to save him for the end, and I did it all the way around. Wesley had him ready this time. He had him ready for to come for a maiden, to run against winners and to a stake race. That's a big step for him.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
As Johnny said, he was a maiden coming in today. What gave you the confidence to take on stakes company?
Well, we always thought a lot of him, and Johnny's won all these races for me for 25 years. And so early on in the year, we tried to come up with what we thought was our best 2-year-old for him. David Flores was on him, and I said, "Which one, David?" And he said, "This is his." And so we got here to Keeneland in the spring, and he didn't quite work on the dirt like he was going to be it. And then as soon as we got him over to the grass, it was like, wow, David was right. He really seen his potential. And we had a lot of unfortunate things in Saratoga where he's the unluckiest horse. He couldn't get the race to go because every time he was in on the grass, it rained, and they took it off. We had to scratch. So finally, we got him in. And he ran a good race his first start, but that race really kind of tightened him down, and he really showed his true ability today.
You feel like you finally got into a rhythm with him?
Yeah, I think, and we're heading to the Breeders' Cup, and he's a sprinter, and that's a very fast track out there at Del Mar and firm. We won't have any weather issues, and it won't be 5.5 like it was today. And Johnny said there was a lot of moisture in the track today. They watered it pretty good. So when we get to Del Mar, it should be great for him. And it's also 5 instead of 5.5. So kind of everything's heading our direction now.
Congratulations, Wesley.
Thank you very much.
Schwarzenegger gets the win today and headed to the Breeders' Cup.
Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, 70th running of the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Distaff Division. No show wagering on race 9. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. No show wagering on race 9.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Judmont.
Up next is our Grade 1 Sunday headliner, the Judmont Spinster Grade 1 Company for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, and this is a clash of generations. We're looking right now at arguably the leading 3-year-old filly of 2025. That is Nitrogen, a filly who is doing all of her work and great work at that on the turf course through the early portion of this season. And when she moved over to the off track at Saratoga, she showed that she could handle the dirt just fine. She won by 17 lengths in the Wonder again. That gave her connections enough confidence to go in the Grade 1 Alabama and beat the other top filly in the 3-year-old division in Good Cheer in that Grade 1 at Saratoga. I've always thought that at this point in time, this would be the situation that could potentially turn the tables on Torpedo Anna in what has been a stellar 2025 when we start to see the 3-year-old fillies move up and try to tackle these older distaff fillies. It's a tall task. I completely and utterly understand that. Torpedo Anna is a 2-time champion 3-year-old filly from last year, reigning horse of the year. She is 1-9 on the tote board right now for a reason, but Nitrogen is an extremely talented filly, and at 6-1, I'll take that shot versus the 1-9 from simply a gambling standpoint. This is a gambling opinion when talking about the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster. Nitrogen, I love the fact that she's here and trying to take on Torpedo Anna. And just speaking to John Green of DJ Stable, he and his father Len, they said at some point we're going to have to do it. At some point we're going to have to go on and take on these older fillies. They didn't expect to see Torpedo Anna here in the Spinster, but here it is, and we'll see how it turns out for these connections. But this is an extremely good filly. Like I said, she would be arguably the favorite for the champion 3-year-old title as it stands right now, with still some big races to come, this and the Breeders' Cup on down the line at Del Mar. Now, Torpedo Anna, she speaks for herself. She's bounced back from defeats. She's bounced back from hard-fought victories, hard-fought defeats, going back to last year at the age of 3 when she tackled the boys in the Travers Stakes, came out of there to win the Cotillion and then the Breeders' Cup Distaff. The one glaring race on her page is when you look at her race 3 starts ago, that Grade 1 La Troyenne. She just didn't bring it. These horses sometimes don't fire their best, and that was the case, but she came out of that race, and what has she done? She's rattled off 2 more graded stakes victories, including a win in the personal ensign with beating a very good older filly in her own right in Darth Vader. So with Torpedo Anna, she is a true warrior. We saw her win her first career start going back a few years ago when she broke through in a maiden special weight here at Keeneland. So this will mark her second start at Keeneland Racecourse. But what a treat it is to have Torpedo Anna here in our presence at Keeneland Racecourse, and deserves to be 1-9 in this group, the daughter of Fast Anna. And then finally, Scylla, the number 2 horse. She's primarily sprinted this year. In fact, she's done nothing but sprint between mostly 7 furlongs and back up to 6. But she is a classy daughter of Tappet for Judmont Farms and trainer Bill Mott. It's the first time that she's going to be going long since the Grade 1 Clement Hirsch last summer at Del Mar, where she finished second to one of the best older mares of last year in Adair Manor. So she's got it within herself to at least pick up a placing in this race at 14-1. It's a very appealing approach as far as looking at this. If you're not convinced that the 3-year-old filly Nitrogen's ready to tackle these older horses, perhaps an exacta 5/2 would be a recommendation, taking a look at the wagering and the way that the win polls are suggesting this will play out as far as who's going to be favorite, second choice, etc. But sit back, enjoy a wonderful renewal of the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster, one of our premier races of the fall meet, coming up next here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 70th running of the Judmont Spinster Grade 1, winning your end Breeders' Cup Distaff Division. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 1/8 over the fast main track. No scratches, no jockey changes. A reminder, no show wagering on the 9th race, and this will start the last of the day's rolling doubles post time in 6 minutes. Parading to the post, number 1, Chilled, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Vicky Oliver. John Velasquez is the jockey. Two, Scylla, owned by Judmont of Fahad Ben Khalid, trained by Belmont, the jockey Junior Alvarado. 3, Nitrogen, owned by DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 4, Gin Gin, owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Luis Saez. And 5, Torpedo Anna, owned by Hillendale Equine Holdings Incorporated of John Sakura, Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, owned also by Mark Edwards and Judy Hicks, the trainer Kenny McPeak, jockey Flavian Pratt. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
The winner of the Best Turned Out Award for the Judmont Spinster is Carlos Rodriguez, the groom for number 3, Nitrogen. Congratulations.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 70th running of the Judmont Spinster Grade 1. Moving into line, 9th race. Chilled takes her spot. Scylla comes forward. Nitrogen. Jin Jin is next. Torpedo Anna will be the last to load. She comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Judmont Spinster, and there goes Jin Jin. Jin Jin right out for the early lead. Torpedo Anna comes away in second. Scylla is out running in third from in between horses, and then Chilled as they head into the first turn. Nitrogen angles wide and moves up a couple of spots from fifth to fourth to third and stays wide around the first turn. Jin Jin hugs the rail. Jin Jin has the lead and leads it by a half length. Torpedo Anna second in between horses, and Nitrogen wide around the first turn is third, a length and a half off the leader as Scylla is there to her inside and fourth, in a gap of just over 5 more lengths back to Chilled, who is last. Opening quarter, 23.74 seconds. Up the backstretch they go, and Jin Jin is the leader. Jin Jin leads it by 3/4 of a length. Torpedo Anna second between horses, the same margin. Nitrogen third up on the far outside by 3/4 of a length. Scylla is fourth back toward the inside. Then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Chilled, who continues to give chase but still last. 46.69 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Jin Jin, Torpedo Anna 1-2 to the far turn. And then Nitrogen third up on the far outside. Scylla is still tucked away toward the rail. Now here's Nitrogen beginning to mount a bid. Wide again on the turn, but coming forward as there's just over a quarter mile to go. Jin Jin the leader. Nitrogen to second. Torpedo Anna is third. Scylla's moving up to her inside as they turn for home at the Judmont Spinster. Jin Jin to the inside and narrow lead. Nitrogen is right alongside. A gap of 3 more lengths. Scylla tries to pick up the leaders, but she's third. Torpedo Anna is beaten into the final furlong. Jin Jin stubborn with the lead. Nitrogen is there. Scylla is third. A 16th to go. Jin Jin. Nitrogen drifting out. Jin Jin to the inside. Nitrogen is second at the wire. Oh, a head bob will decide it in the Judmont Spinster. Will it be Nitrogen? Will it be Jin Jin? 1 minute 49.77 seconds.
An epic renewal of the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster comes down to Jin Jin, who runs her heart out, setting the pace in this race, much like we saw from her back in the springtime in the Double Dog Dare. Right alongside of her is Nitrogen. As she starts to drift, you think that Jin Jin is going to be able to just maintain enough of an advantage in this race, but somehow, some way, Jose Ortiz and Nitrogen bring it down to a head bob that is impossible to call. Inches, if not less, are going to determine the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster in 2025.
Keeneland's ninth race in the photo for the win. 4, Gin finished first. 3, Nitrogen second. 2, Scylla was third. 5, Torpedo Anna fourth. 4, 3, 2, 5, unofficial. Ninth race, results official. 4, 3, 2, 5, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 70th running of the Judmont Spinster Grade 1, number 4, Jin Jin. Owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Brendan Walsh, Luis Saez, the jockey. Jin Jin, a 4-year-old filly by Hightail, and Before You Know It by Hard Spun, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. 9 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 49.77 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Judmont Spinster, a win and you're in. Breeders' Cup Distaff Division race, presenting the trophy on behalf of Judmont Farms, Jackie Smith, to the connections of Jin Jin.
Jin Jin does it, and it was not easy. She went fast in one of the most thrilling renewals of the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster for Brendan Walsh, Calumet Farm, and Luis Saez. 46 and change in this type of a race. That's the pace that this filly set. How were you able to keep her going late, Luis?
Yeah, I just tried to keep her comfortable. We know we was rolling. We was pretty far. We had pressure the whole way. But this filly loved the pressure. She was running pretty well. And Brendan told me, don't take nothing away from her. Just let her run, let her be happy, and she's going to finish for you. So she did. She came in the top of the stretch, and she had a pretty good victory.
Congratulations, Luis.
Thank you so much.
How satisfying is this victory, watching what she just did and what she's done here in her races at Keeneland, and to beat the quality of competition that she just did here in the Judmont Spinster, Brendan?
It's great, Scott, because, she was in great order in the spring when she won the double dog dare, and we just felt she went a little downwards on us after that. We brought her up to Saratoga. Charlie had her in Saratoga and got her back looking right and everything. And when she came back here, I couldn't believe, how well she did, how good she looked and everything. And, when she's on song, she's actually a very, very good filly.
When you saw the fractions, though, be honest with me, Brendan, you told Luis to go ahead and let her go. What was passing through your mind in this quality of field at this distance?
I mean, you think they're going to tick quick, but when she's out on the lead like that, I knew they weren't going to get by her without a fight, and that's all we wanted them to do was give her best chance, and he did. And, hats off to her. She's very tough, At the end of the day, it's down to her.
Hats off to her. Hats off to you for getting her ready for this kind of a test in a Grade 1 at Keeneland. Go enjoy it, Brendan. Heck of a weekend here to get things going in the fall.
Thanks, Scott.
Brendan Walsh, Calumet Farm, Luis Saez, and mostly Jin Jin taking the Grade 1 Judmont Spinster.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $12,990. No changes in this 10th race. The turf is firm, the rail at 10 feet.
Our final race today here, another Breeders' Cup winning you're in. This for the Juvenile Turf Division. This is the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes, 1 mile and a 16th on the firm listed turf course for the 2-year-olds. And we're looking right now at the number 6 horse, who is the 8-5 favorite in the current wagering. That is final score for Rapoli Stable. Trainer Todd Pletcher, Irad, takes the call back on this colt. He rode him to victory in his maiden score at Saratoga back in August. And then last time out, he won the Grade 3 with anticipation with Kendrick Carmouche at a price of 9-1. There are no secrets here today how good this colt is based on the way that he's being played, obviously. The results speak for themselves. The wagering speaks for itself. Final score, in my opinion, is going to be tough. Even though the pace may be a little bit quicker here this afternoon, he has just really grown up in a very short amount of time, and especially last time out. His last race was a massive improvement, even from his maiden special weight effort and victory back on the 10th of August. So I'll go to final score, another son of not this time this weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse. The number 3 horse, that is Repentless for NBS Stable and Kelsey Danner, 9-1, getting respect. He was one that shocked a lot of folks at Kentucky Downs when he won on debut. He was 25-1. Colt by Violence, who laid off the pace, made a run at him. I think there's a lot of upside to take a look at this horse as an alternative to the favorite. 9-1 on the board right now. That is Repentless out of the Kelsey Danner barn. And then then finally, the number 9 horse, 17-1 on the board right now for Rudy Brisset's Password for Peter Blum Thoroughbreds, a homebred for Peter Blum, colt by Uncle Mo. Another one, he's been pretty steady throughout the course of his 4-race career, especially on the dirt, but he finally broke through with his first victory in start 4 of his career, and that was his first start on turf. He was favored at Kentucky Downs. He won by 2 3/4 lengths. He set a quick pace that day at Kentucky Downs to win that afternoon. So there are very good prices on horses that make a lot of sense in today's Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon as we get closer to post time. 12 minutes to post. Reminder, there is a $1 Toyota Super High Five carryover from yesterday into our final race, one of our featured events of the afternoon. That is $12,990. So participate in that $1 Toyota Super High Five. You've got 12 minutes to get all wagers in here in the Castle and Key Bourbon.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, 35th running of the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes, a Grade 2, and a win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division. Mile and a 16th over the firm turf, rail at 10 feet. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $12,990. No changes in this 10th event. Post time 6 minutes. Number 1, Turf Star, owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Graham Motion. Tyler Gaffalione is up. 2, J.J. Gray, owned by the Shamrock Stables LLC of Rob Hutcherson, owned by MJM Racing of Michael J. Mackin, Magdalena Racing, Sherry McPeak and others, trained by Kenny McPeak, Manny Esquivel to ride. 3, Repentless, owned by the NBS stable of John Ballantyne, trained by Kelsey Danner, Adam Beschitza, the jockey. 4, Exonerate, owned by Robert LaPinta and Madiket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 5, Blinging It Back, owned by Gary Barber and Peter Deutsch, trained by Mark Cassie, Axel Concepcion to ride. 6, Final Score, owned by the Rapoli stable of Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 7, Awesome Connection, owned by Dare to Dream Stable LLC of Michael Faber, trained by Christopher Davis. Jose Ortiz is up. Gordon Pass, number 8, races for OXO Equine LLC of Larry Best, trainer Will Walden, the jockey Christian Torres. 9, Password, owned by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds LLC of Peter Blum, trained by Rodolphe Brisset, the jockey Lawan Machado. 10, Venter, owned by the DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green, trained by Mark Cassie, Florent Giroux to ride. 11, Casa Cielo, owned by Don't Tell My Wife Stables 2024 LLC of Kirk Godby, trained by Keith DeSormo, Francisco Arrieta to ride. And 12, Dr. Agni, owned by the Madiket Stables of Saul Kuman, Twin Brook Stables of Bruce Finnemore, Belladonna Racing LLC of Portia Brooks, trained by Cherie DeVoe, the jockey Luis Saez. Post time in 3 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, 35th running of the Castle and Key Bourbon, a Grade 2, and a win in your end Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division race. Moving into line, race 10. Repentless comes forward. Password. Exonerate moves into line. Venter as well. Casa Cielo and Blinging It Back. Here's final score. Dr. Agnew, the last one. Walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. There goes Blinging It Back from between horses for the lead. Final score right there in the opening strides as well. Turf Star is there to the inside, and J.J. Gray as the field races for the first turn. And final score, a lane off the rail, now starts to slide down closer to the rail and has the early lead. Casa Cielo moves up on the outside with Awesome Connection third. Turf Star is fourth. Dr. Agnew is a wide fifth. J.J. Gray gets shuffled back into sixth around the first turn. And then Blinging It Back, who broke well but is now seventh, a lane off the rail around the turn and onto the back stretch. Password goes eighth up on the outside. Repentless is ninth. Exonerate is in 10th position. And then further back, Gordon Pass and Venter side by side at the back. 22.51 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Final score, Casa Cielo 1-2, midpoint of the back stretch. Casa Cielo from the outside has the lead now by just a neck. And final score travels second, a length and a half, followed by Turf Star to the inside. And then Dr. Agnew, who's wide to the far turn. Awesome Connection is still there in between horses. It was 47.69 seconds the time for the first half mile. Casa Cielo to the outside of final score. Dr. Agnew joins them, has to go wide around the far turn. Is in third, less than a length off the lead, though. Turf Star is in fourth position, Blinging It Back. And then Password, who has to go to the far outside. Awesome Connection is in behind horses. Final score is the leader. Casa Cielo is second up on the outside as they come into the final furlong. And it is still final score, chased by Dr. Agnew as they work toward the finish. Still final score. Turf Star has been trying to get shook loose. Finds a late run. Finds a late opening. Too late, though, to catch final score, who has taken the Castle and Key Bourbon by 2 lengths on the line for Irad Ortiz Jr. to conclude Fall Stars weekend.
Final score with a huge performance here today. He took pressure in the early stages. Opening quarter was quick. They slowed things down in the second quarter. But boy, it looked like he rebroke at this point in the race, just hitting his best stride in the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon. A statement victory for Rapoli Stables. Final score, Irad and Todd Pletcher hooking up for a win in this Grade 2, punching their ticket to the Breeders' Cup.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. 6 final score was first. 1 Turf Star was second. 8 Gordon Pass was third. 12 Dr. Agnew fourth. And the 4 Exonerate was fifth. 6-1, 8-12, 4 unofficial. Race 10 results official. 6-1, 8-12, 4 the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 10th and final race, taking the 35th running of the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes Grade 2, a win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division. Number 6, Final Score. Final Score is owned by the Rapoli stable of Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher. 2 wins today for Irad Ortiz Jr., a couple of juvenile stakes wins on the turf for Sire Not This Time for his progeny here today. Final Score by Not This Time out of Precious Dixie by Bernardini, bred in Kentucky by BG Stables. Mile and a 16th, 1 minute 42.51 seconds over the firm turf. Carryover for the Toyota Super High Five of $50,000 when live racing resumes here at Keeneland on Wednesday. The pick 6 today pays on 6 of 6, consolation 5 of 6, late pick 5, 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Trophy presentation upcoming. Now the trophy presentation for the Castle and Key Bourbon, a win in your end Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division race. Presenting the trophy, Will Arvin, owner and founder of Castle and Key Distillery. He presents to the connections of Final Score.
Final Score gets the victory in the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon for Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, and Irad Ortiz Jr. Did you expect to be in that early battle going into that first turn and the opening quarter be 22 and change with the speed that you encountered in the early stages?
Honestly, he showed speed before, but not this kind of speed. I thought it was a little more speed than that he have on the race, and I thought I gonna be riding behind the speed, but broke so good, put me in a good position without asking too much. And I talked to the trainer. He told me if it's on the lead, it's fine. If they let you go, it's fine. But I think went a little faster than what I want. But he got the job done. He deserves a lot of credit.
How much did he switch off for you down the backstretch?
Beautiful. He was a little aggressive going to the first turn, but the backside he switched off really nice. After that, I just buying my time, turning for home, and then when we was in a straight lane, I asked him to go, and he gave me a good turn of foot.
Yeah, looked like he really picked it up and found another gear. Well done, Irad.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Final Score, very impressive today, punching his ticket to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf with his win here at Keeneland in the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes.
Thank you, Scott. Simulcasting here at Keeneland remains open for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. We thank you for being with us throughout Fall Stars weekend. Live racing resumes here on Wednesday, 1 o'clock Eastern. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.